old songs, the good old songs for me. I love to hear those minor chords and good close harmonies.
Let's sing a couple of regular songs just to feel comfy, and then we're going to get into our contest song and show Bill what they're all about. I've got Gordon's permission to jump in at any time, and he has total permission to coach me at any time as well. So that's all fine. Total permission, I'm good with any of it. 4, 1, 2, 3.
Maybe I'm right.
Make your faces are wet with easy and more than that, please. And just the faces wet with easy. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3.
Maybe I'm right, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm weak, and maybe I'm strong, but nevertheless I'm in love with you, in love with only you. Maybe I'll win, and maybe I'll lose, and maybe I'm in for a pride of the blues, but nevertheless I'm in love with you, in love with you. Somehow I know at last the terrible chances I'm taking. Find the star, but left with a heart that is breaking. Maybe I'll live a life of regret, and maybe I'll give much more than I'll get, but nevertheless I'm in love with you, in love with you. Somehow I know at last the terrible chances I'm taking. Find the star, but left with a heart that is breaking. So maybe I'll live a life of regret, and maybe I'll get much more than I'll get, but nevertheless I'm in love. I've always been so in love. Nevertheless I'm in love with you. I'm so in love
Thank you very much. I love those wet teas. It's fun. When it locks in, it's just a few seconds, you can hear this going on underneath. And it only happens when the voices are bright and happy. You know, big, fat voices with lots of roundness to it, so they can ring overtones really, really well. They don't ring undertones particularly well. And that's what we get when you line that one up. We get this underneath. It's so cool. That's what I'm listening for. All in chord. Go!
and all Casey hired the place, he even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there. How we'd love to take her hand. Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once she gently sighed. Then he turned
not so much some, it's pretty easy. It doesn't matter if it's single. Good. Time for a wedding! Okay, so I'll be pretending the audience should cross fingers and hope they follow me this time. I don't know what. Very good. Don't wait.
We're still partying.
Absolutely. Oh,
Keep partying, keep partying. Now.
it sounded by me and nobody else. Because right there we had 3 T's. And mine was way after anybody else's by deliberate choice, okay? 1 T, and I know the timing of it.
You don't want a belty then.
No.
Maybe in the up.
I know you, as musicians, you desperately want to finish the word. You just don't want to sing My Broken Heart. But you are singing hard.
I like your Canadian accent.
One broken heart.
All right, so guys, let's jump in. I get you back on your prime position. First of all, I think this is going to be a great set for a couple of reasons. One is it's just entertaining, right? There's entertainment value behind everything that you're doing, which is so much more rewarding for us in the judging pit and also for the audience. More importantly, for the audience. When you do something entertaining, it grabs the audience and it brings them on your side, and that's a huge plus in my eyes for contests and obviously for shows and stuff like that. There's a few things that I think we can jump in and work on that are going to affect both songs right away. But let's actually start off with the ballad. Cool. Let's see. Can we start not right at the beginning? But when we start into the chorus, the For Sale, a Wedding Book Unsigned, for the time being, I know that right now there's a lot of staging. It's not really choreography, is it? It's more, I move into this, and I want you to stay visually engaged, but I want you to stay right now in your riser position. So stay visually engaged, keep that going, but in your riser position. Don't move forward for the time being. So let's just start right at the chorus. For Sale, a Wedding Book.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed.
Fantastic. So one of the things that I want to hit on right away that I think is going to be paramount to this course's success, not just in contests, but really for the future, right? These contests are always milestones. That's all they are. But really what we want is just this progressive feeling that we're constantly improving, we're going to that next level. It's going to be pitch, right? We want to make sure, and here's what's important about pitch. Sometimes when we talk about pitch, we go, let's face it, 90% of the audience doesn't really know, right? They do though, and here's why. Because when the pitch kind of sags a little bit, everything feels just a little heavy, a little weighty. It doesn't have that same energy or spark, and it doesn't have that same ring behind it. So we're going to do a few exercises to help that, and not over-obsess about it. Because sometimes when we over-obsess about it, it makes it worse, right? But let's do one exercise. Can I get that pitch, please? Can I have either lower voices on? Higher voices? Let's find that octave. Leads, you're going to sing your part in a minute. So let's hear baritones, tenors, and basses. Not a chord. You're either on that note or that note, that note or that note. Here we go. A resonant one. Or here we go, leads. So that's close, but let's hear the 4. Ready? Keep that mood going. We're really close to it. There's probably 3 other things on top of that. I want you to get to that without doing this. Because we're starting to see some physicality come in to get higher notes. And don't give me a or like a weird silly vowel. We're right on top. Here's why. You can hear that it wasn't like we're that far away from where the goal is. But that times however many measures this song is, equals significant drop, right? So we want to make sure that we're using all the same vocal skills that we've used before, but we're going to enhance it by making sure we're riding right on the top of each note, right? We're not going to spend doing this the whole song, but we're going to get some segments of it, and I want you to feel success under that. And it's not just the leads. So just because we're working with the leads doesn't mean it's just the leads. We're starting with them, all right? So let's do that one more time. Let's do the pitch. Pick your voice. Top third, go down to
Just two notes. Just two notes. On that note.
yeah, forward sail. Here we go, leads.
For sale.
Yeah, keep going. Sing the line. Sing the line.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Excellent. Good. I want you to stop moving for a second. All right, leads, can you do one thing for me? And this is going to be paramount. That was way better, by the way, pitch. You probably heard that. But just take your hands and just do that interesting. Because one of the things that happens when we talk about pitch is that we do weird things to our vowels. And our vowels tend to become a little bit more east-west as we talk about it. So I'm hearing a bit of for sale, a wedding book unsigned, which is probably not what you're going for, right? We want the most rich and resonant sound that has that nice point, that focus, but it probably doesn't sound like an 11-year-old child, right? And that's what we're getting a little. So leads, make sure that your sound has that point, but it's robust. It's not that way. Does that make sense? Give me all that pitch stuff without doing weird vowels. One more time. Give us a nice thing to resonate to baritones, basses, and tenors. For sale, here we go.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
That's it, keep going.
For sale, a dress that she designed.
Yes. Do you hear the difference? Yeah, it's just, and the rest of the chorus, I mean, that's really right on the money. That's exactly where we want to sit. Can we have the leads and basses doing that? Tenors and baritones, you're going to hold that tonal center for us for a little bit, okay? So let's get that. See? So basses, you're going to be singing your part, right? Leads and basses singing their part. Here we go.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Yes, and that's why. So we come back to home base. Like years ago, we talked about all those different chords and how they kind of cycle through. And when we go to that one chord, we used to call that home base. And a lot of home base chords are at the end, right? Wedding book unsigned, home base. And we kind of go, ya-da-da-da. Oh, finally we made it to the end of the phrase. And the pitch kind of goes, and then the next phrase starts there, and then you get to the end of the next phrase, we find the home base, and it just deflates. That was so much better. It was lifted all the way to the end. Let's do it again. Tenors and baritones, 2014Sept05.
Beautifully, by the way.
Recipe, basses, you're singing your part. For sale, right?
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never meant to be.
Yes, all right, good. Now we're starting to quickly guess. This is the chorus that I want to hear. Just so funky. It's weird, yeah. Because it kind of goes out of the key, right? But it sounds great. And I love how it's riding just right on top of the pitch. Music judges are usually the only ones nerdy enough to understand that how much you drop. Some of us singing judges can figure it out. Good luck to the presentation candidate. But the thing is that everyone feels it. We don't necessarily know how much or what degree,
kind of just feel this weight, you kind of just feel this heaviness. And by doing that, you're losing some of your potential. You're losing some of those harmonic series potential that you're digging into right now. Let's do that one more time, and here's why. Basses, I hear that you sound like you're that far behind the leads at all times. So it's like, for sail, the wedding book on the side. It feels just behind. So I want you to take the reins. And here's where I didn't feel that. You know at the end of the whole song where the Val Hicks finally said, well, we should show off the bass section and give them a bit of the solo. I heard your best singing and just right to it the whole time. Can you just, whatever sound that image is right at the end and you have the solo, can you sing like that all the time? Let's see what that happens. So leads and basses, baritones and tenors holding that tono center. Here we go.
For sail, a wedding book unsung.
That was so much better than the basses. You're still just a millisecond behind the leads. Take the reins, take the leadership. Remember that your voice is the lowest. And if your voice is the lowest, it's sometimes slower to my ear. So let's take the leadership role basis and be right there. Here we go, one more time. Here we go with these basses.
For sail, a wedding book unsung.
Yes, keep going.
For sail, the dress that she desired.
That's it. That's really good. So now we're doing two things at once, by the way. The first thing is that I know it sounds crazy, but the first thing that you're doing is you're singing in pitch, which is fantastic. The second thing you're doing is you're an ensemble. You're singing together, right? Anyone can hear if it's not quite together. And oftentimes we use a term called mud in the sound. And that could mean a whole bunch of things. But for this chorus right now, we're close-ish, but we're not right together. What you just did is so much better. Can I hear the bottom trio? So tenors, just take a little breather for a second. I'm going to thank you ahead of time for your patience. And your leads, basses, and baritones on words. Here we go.
For sail, a wedding book unsung.
Can I have just leads and baritones, please?
For sail, a wedding book unsung.
You're doing a wonderful job singing baritone. Have baritones put them back a second? Yeah, it sounds like there's more of you going on. That's really good stuff. Yeah, you're doing the perfect baritone thing, which is you're listening a lot, you're tuning, which also means you're late. So here's what I want you to do. Your leads are singing a mean lead right now. They have a beautiful tone, and they're staying right on top of the pitch. In your mind, baritones, I want you to imagine where the lead line is, and I want you to sing to that lead line in your head, rather than what's happening right now with the leads. Because if you're listening to leads and tuning, you're always going to be late. Right? If you hold a long held note and you notice that you're kind of drifting, okay, fix it. But in general, I want you just to be there all the time. Leads and baritones. Show us how it's done.
For sail, a wedding book unsung.
No bass. Lead and baritones. Leads and baritones. It sounded great. It was like a ghost. Yeah, it was fun. Under bear, I guess. I don't know. Let's do that one more time. So leads and baritones, right? Baritones, stop listening, deliver. Deliver the goods.
For sail, a wedding book unsung. For sail, the dress that she designed.
I'm liking this. This is really good. Okay, let's add one more layer of baritones. Just listen to the leads for a second, and I want you to listen to the
the tone of their voice, the energy in the tone of their voice for a second. Just listen to leads. You better deliver leads. There you go. Just the leads. Just the leads. No pressure.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Hear like that energy signature of their sound. Baritones, can you sing with the same energy signature? Match the lead's energy signature. Lead and baritone. So let's see how it goes. Good luck.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Yeah. Okay, that's giving me goosebumps. So we're on the right track. It's good. Can we add bases to that, please? And bases, all the stuff that we talked about, please continue to do it. Good, here we go. 3 parts. This is rocking.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, a dress that she designed.
I already hear where the tenor goes. I sang tenor for 8 years in a quartet, and I love the tenor part, so let's add God's gift to barbershop. Let's actually back in the game, and let's have all 4 parts, all singing. Here we go, all 4 parts. And I'll say what my first director said, don't screw it up.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory.
So before we hear pitch, don't show me pitch yet. With your thumbs, you're going to tell me, are we in pitch? This is satisfactory. We're right on pitch. We're a little bit below or all the way. You know, you can show me all the grades. Or are we a little bit above the pitch? Where are we right now? So we have some here and some here. Let's hear the pitch. Pretty much right on the money. So, I love to say that this sideways thumb is satisfactory. We're doing a good enough job there. Our goal is, and even if it's that much, the thumb goes fully up, right? But just a little bit. And obviously what we don't want is that. So can we do it one more time? Just that little segment of music. And let's see if we can move this to that. Right? Don't do any weird vowel stuff. But let's see if we move back to that. Here we go.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory. For sale, some music and a dance, and evenings full of sweet romance. It's yours, a lifetime torn apart.
but immediately you're able to kind of capture what we did and go, okay, this applies to this, and that. That's great. Let's see if we can step it up one more notch, because it's always about finding these little onions, these different levels. One thing that's different about barbershop than any other style of music is something called embellishments. And embellishments are what really good arrangers do to basically enhance the music. You've probably never heard this before. I can see the gloss over. But it's really important. Whenever you have a repeat or a swipe or a something in the music, or a pickup, lead pickup, something, the lead pickup, a swipe, and basically something extra, I need you to have way more purpose behind what you're doing, because there's a reason for it. So in a piece like this, when you get something from Val Hicks, who was a fabulous, fabulous musician and arranger, they're purposeful. Arrangers didn't just flippantly go, oh, you know what, swipe here, oh, that would just sound nice. No, they put those in for a specific reason. So please give me way more purpose. So when we have for sale, a wedding book and sign for sale, address that she did, za-a-ein, you end up swiping, ba-ba-ba, and then tenor, da-da-da. It's the same chord that you go back to. Why is there a swipe in there? There has to be some purpose behind that other than chord, right? So give it more purpose. Even if you have to impose that purpose on top, do something, right? Always choose to do something rather than go on autopilot. Make sense? That's like the biggest deer in the headlights look I've ever seen. Let's do this thing.
I thought you were going to tell us your opinion about what the purpose of that is.
No, I want you to find it. I want you to experience it. I want you to find it on your own. It's too easy for me to just go, do this or do that. I want to just use tonight as a little bit of an experiment of how much musicality do you actually have innately inside of you, and how much do we actually need to tell you what to do.
I can give you what I feel on them, but I'm not going to, because it's something small enough that we can each have our own thing.
Yeah, it's not gonna distract. I don't think anyone's gonna go design. You know, they're gonna feel something there. So just make it something, make it interesting, bring some musicality out.
Can I support that?
Yeah.
I tell you what I feel, what I think should happen on that slide. On such a small detail, well, I could do that, but if we do that 30 or 40 times through the whole piece, you're ending up having to memorize an incredibly detailed plan of mine, which is hard for you to do. It starts to forget. Whereas for these little moments, if you've got the responsibility to say, oh, I get to do this the way I like to do it, then it's not so difficult to remember.
The other thing that's really important is the long-term growth that will achieve, which is you're going to develop a more innate sense of musicality long-term, which is what anyone wants, right? Let's do this. Here we go. For sale. Loving that pitch. Keep living there, please.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory. For sale, some music and a dance.
Stop you there for a second. Talk amongst yourself. Go. Talk amongst yourself.
Just a little taking in what that really means. Just that one phrase. Wedding book unsigned. And then just let the words flow out. For sale, the dress that she designed. So then we don't end up being exactly the same pattern on both phrases. So we just, first of all, take in the magnitude of what that one line means. Wedding book unsigned. That's a pretty strong image. Then it's all about the sale of the dress that she designed. The dress that she designed. Not the dress that she designed, the dress that she designed. Okay, get the idea? Let's give it a shot. See what we can come up with. Just let it flow. Contemplate it, and then just let the words flow naturally from there. Let's give it a
So
shot.
is that a bit of a pause, John? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you follow me, and then just after that pause, we get into the dress line, let it flow like natural speech. See what you get.
For sail the wedding moon unsung. For sail the dress that she designed.
I'm not going to hold the sheet. The dress that she designed. Yeah. Aim for design. She is not the important word necessarily here. Dress that she designed. And it's got the energy to it.
In essence, one of the things that we're starting to build is a little bit more urgency through the phrase and a little bit more movement. Because this song, you know, what I'm saying to John is that this song really encapsulates the feelings from like utter sadness and emptiness, all the way to frustration and anger and kind of then ends in sadness again. And part of the difficulty of a song like this is really feeling how it transitions from one to another. It can't just be, okay, we're sad, now we're really frustrated. It's going from there to that moment, if that makes sense. So the first thing is kind of the emptiness that we just felt from the beginning, kick in the gut, basically. And then, for sale the dress that she designed, for sale a dream just never. You see how it's building and it's getting.
Can I model what I had in mind then? For sale, a wedding moon unsung. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never meant to be. I love to use never as a propulsion. Just never meant to be. Just never is a great propulsion word. Never meant to be. Do that. I
like that quote. Do that.
Want me to do it again?
Yeah.
You want me to do it again?
Yes.
You want to try it?
Yeah. All right, own it. Here we go.
Own it. It's yours.
For sail the wedding moon unsung. For sail the dress that she designed. For sail a dream just never meant to be.
That's so much better, except you're going to do one more thing. The breath between design into for sale, you're going to give me purpose behind that breath. So it's not just designed for sale, but design for sale. Right? If you're acting this design for sale, there's purpose behind it. There's emotion in that little non-musical thing. All the breath. Alright, so let's have it. Here we go.
For sail the wedding moon unsung. For sail.
Like that. We're going to take contemplate the meaning of that for a moment. Sorry, like that. Here we go.
For sail the wedding moon
it just is not going to happen. So sell it. It's got to go. And if you call now, you get double the offer. This is cool. This is cool.
Yeah, some really good stuff. I actually want to, I'm conscious of time, and I'm conscious of making sure that we have some time on both sides. And I know that in reality, we haven't worked a lot of the battle. We've worked just a small chunk. But you can see how all of this is applying to everything that you've done. The other thing that's really cool is you're going for longer and longer chunks right there. We're not hearing that big, oh dear. So let's see if we can go to the up-tempo, the beginning of it, and let's see if we can just apply some of the same concepts. Let's just make sure that we're spinning everything right on top. We just take it up a little bit and go to the up-tempo.
Here we go. The plane comes.
Come and all Casey hire the place, even made the band. Then he met the fairest calling there, how he loved to take her hand.
Excellent. So just do this quickly. Can I get an A, please?
You're doing it in A, right?
Oh, thank goodness.
A, please. E-H.
Yes. Please. I'm going to start you, and then you're going to sing it together as a unit without direction. Here we go. Ready.
Come and all Casey hire the place.
We're close-ish, right? I think that we're having some people that are ahead of the game. We have some people that are a little bit behind. Right now, because of what I heard, what you want as chorus in this intro, the people that are behind are behind. Meaning, I don't think that there are people rushing ahead. I think that they're thinking, a man called Casey hired the place, right? They have that feeling. So let's get everyone on that page. Here we go. Here we go, please.
Come and all Casey hire the place, even made the band.
Is there a breath between place and he?
No.
Okay, I know that because on the music I see this little thing. But if we're not taking a breath in a place where typically we would think that there's a breath, we need to do something. And something almost always means, right? Because we're getting a bit of, a man called Casey hired the place. See, you can hear it kind of deteriorating the sound, right? Placey, right? We need that little bit of lift there. Lee, show us how it's done. Say that before, Lee. Here we go, Lee. Show us how it's done.
Come and all Casey hire the place, even made the band.
Lee, can you sing for me? Hey, the band.
Hey, the band.
Notice how there's connection there, not hey, the band. Hey, the band. Right, connected. Here we go.
Hey, the band.
Yeah, you know, hey, that diphthong that we're turning in there, there's energy in there to be had. Hey, the band. Hey, the band. I want to hear some of that in your sound. Sing again, please.
Hey, the band.
Great. Do that one more time without a detour route to band. Hey, the band. We're going to the detour route of this. That's really hard. Hey, the band. Straight across.
Hey, the band.
Yes. Hallelujah. That's what we want. Whenever we take those detour routes, most of the time we don't make it. So we kind of, oh, that's close. Make sure we're right on top. Do that one more time, please, with that tone center. Here we go.
Come and all Casey hire the place, even made the band. Then he met the fairest calling there, how he loved to take her hand.
Love to take her hand. Here just leads.
Loved to take her hand.
Notice how band and hand, right? There's a big. The minute that happens, there's no chord actually happening on that
that sound. Because it's going to be a discord, it's not going to be quite tight. So leads, we need accuracy without scooping. And right now you're just being artistic, but the artistry is all in scoops, right? Don't put your artistry in scoops. Put them in initial consonants.
Let's say Tony DeBroda.
Well, that's a whole other ballgame. Or Joe Connolly, frankly. But
Depends.
yeah, can we go? Love to take these.
Love to take her hand.
There's less. One more time.
Love to take her hand.
Yeah, on her hand. Just watch out one more time.
Love to take her hand.
So much better. Can I have leads and basses, please? Baritones and tenors, hold me total center. Amen. Here we go.
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place. Even made the land.
So basses. If I was going to copy what I hear, here's what I hear. Amen. Okay, see, higher the place. Kind of here. Like if I was to put my finger where my tone is, and by the side of my head, it would kind of sit there rather than sit there. It's kind of okay, see higher the place. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right? So can you all take your finger for a second and put it there, and you're going to follow me. As I do that, I want your tone to kind of do the same thing. Basses. So these are basses. Amen, amen. So we're going to try their basses. Ready?
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place. Even made the land.
Good. Just sing back. Right basses. Can you do that without doing this? Listen to the difference. I don't think anyone wants that sound, right? So, it's how a non-bass can kind of fake it, right? People, oh, that's a bass sound. It's not. It's a fake bass sound. You guys have the instruments to do this though. So, allow it to sit there, right? Leads and basses, one more time. Just leads and basses. Ready?
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place.
Higher the place. Higher the place. So here's the hard part. So when John's like, you are the band, right? That's the concept. And you've enjoyed maybe a Bruce or two. You can't sing as though you've enjoyed a Bruce or two. All right. So we're getting that. Man called Casey higher the place. We don't want that. Give me accuracy. Leads and basses. Show us how it's done.
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place. Even made the land. Then he met the fairest calling there. How he loved to take her hand.
I'll take that. I'll take ringing chorus. I'll tell you this. The chorus generally that brings the most chords typically does the best. That's usually how it works. So let's just ring a lot of chords, but at the same time, let's have fun doing it because it's a visceral reaction, right? So let's have baritones, please. Baritones, same energy signature as the leads. Here we go, bottom three.
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place.
Higher, we're digging to that. Higher. And baritones, that was really close. But more of that energy signature of the leads.
It sounds like it's a breath propulsion thing on the higher the play. And the breath propulsion is getting caught up in straight, and you get this higher, and you get this root, higher. As the breath propulsion goes across the heart cup, higher the place, as if you're saying hi, instead of like hi. Nobody says hi. Higher the play. Doesn't have to be heavy.
There we go, three parts, one set.
John, you can rap high instead of high.
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place.
We'll do that. Sorry, here we go.
Amen. Okay, see, hired the place.
except for. However, except for plays, when it went higher, the plays. Right? Play C even mid band. Can we add tenors but remove baritones? Here we go.
A man called Casey hired the bass.
I'm going to put that in my direction, so sorry, indulge me for a second to do that again to bring me right.
And tenors, be right with everyone, this is a bit behind.
A man called Casey hired the bass. He even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there.
The there note, notice how that's a really divorced chord, right? The tenor's there, you're up there. If you listen, and it's interesting, right? The name of the woman that you're talking about, you say the calling, right? Which is typically like an Irish thing. And listen to that chord there, on the note there, and that sounds like right out of one of those Irish, like Great Day for the Irish, or you know, one of those up-tempo Killarney songs. You hear that type of voicing, right? So there's a reason why Rob Hopkins put it in that weird voicing. And tenors, I think you should enjoy that a bit more. Obviously it's not there, but you should enjoy it a little bit more than you are. Here we go. 3 parts, no barriers.
A man called Casey hired the bass. He even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there. How he loved to take her hand.
Tenors, I was the right amount of volume, but a bit sharp. Other than that, it was great. So there, don't drive the sharp. 4 parts, let's rock this. Here we go.
A man called Casey hired the bass. He even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there. How he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Well, perhaps just once.
We're getting a little bit of girliness to it, but a little, not quite as much of it. See, we're going to get off to feminine.
If you're ever going to, if you're ever going to do something, it has to be 100%. The commitment level has to be 100%. If you're going to do that kind of sound there, it has to be 100%. You can't just, dive into it, because then the audience goes, what are they trying to do there? Right? You want to go so far that some people probably are going to feel a little bit, right? As opposed to going, what are they trying to do there? Which is kind of where we are. There's a question aside. Yes.
Well, I was just asking, like, how much of it do we layer on there?
Lots. Okay. Yeah.
I don't think we ever have.
I know. I think we can overdo it. So when John comes back and he hears that line, let's hear what that sounds like. Go from the top one more time. Here we go.
A man called Casey hired the bass.
Now, more lift. So lift is 2 things. Lift is pitch. Lift is dynamic. Hired the place. C even. State that place. Place. C. It's all like there's a big question mark on it, right? Like at the end of the question, place versus plays. We're getting too much of that. One more time. Let's sing.
A man called Casey hired the bass. He even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there. How he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried.
I love it when we get to care to dance. On care and dance, we can't scoop to it. It's not going to work. Care to dance. Get right to it. Can we get in right there? Would you care to dance? Get right to those chords.
Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Would you care?
So just these. Would you care to go?
Would you care to dance? He gently tried. care to dance?
Dance, 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 dance. Would you care?
Would you care to dance? She gently
Good.
tried.
We have cases. Would you care?
Would you care to dance? She gently tried.
And this is like this is kind of like, would you care to dance, right? So please put that in voice in, but don't allow that to happen. Does that make sense? Here's this is the honest truth. Sorry, I know you bitch, but most of us, when we come to chorus, we want to be artistic. And the way that most of us know how to be artistic is actually by spoofing. In fact, if you think of some of the greatest soloists that you know as singers, that's their claim to fame, right? Like think of people like in the Rat Pack, Sinatra, Dean Martin, you know, even a lot of our popular music, from then on, we hear a lot of that stylistic element, which is a really important stylistic element if you were to compete in karaoke. However, we also have to remember that we are, right now, a choral ensemble of sorts, with the style of barbershop. That's what we're doing. So we need to make sure that we're getting right to the notes. An artistic element of the style of music that we sing are ringing chords all the time. And by doing that, we're negating that element. It's taking too long for that chord to pop. So I know you guys are innately being really artistic and doing really wonderful musical things, but we need to hone that musicality in a different way. We need to be more obsessed about getting right to those targets, right to those notes, rather than that. And that is going to be artistic out here. Right? That's going to be different. So let's do it one more time. Leads and basses. Would you care? Would you care? In that kind of style, whatever it is.
Would you care to dance? She gently tried.
And that's going to win over any day than the other. The other is personally probably much more fulfilling, but not ensemble-wise. Yeah.
Sorry, again, would you suggest in that section just the phrase that he would say?
I don't know what the plan
Would you care
is.
to dance?
Yeah, I don't know
in
what
that
the plan
darker
is.
sound?
Is the plan currently, would you care to dance and then he gently try?
Or one phrase?
Or the whole phrase is kind of in that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, so the whole phrase is in that sound.
Does that make sense?
Probably, because I think that so here's the thing, the honest truth, most people aren't listening to like all the finite details of the poetry. I think that it's a concept that we're putting across there. Yeah,
We're setting up the walls.
yeah, definitely. And setting up almost the bit of debonair feeling of this character, right? Let's have baritones add you and bring on a little bit of those qualities of the would you care?
Would you care to dance? She gently tried.
Yes, one more time.
Would you care to dance? She gently tried.
Good, add tenor, but basses, you're a little bit behind. One more time.
Would you care to dance? She gently tried.
Yeah. Now you can hear just one more time. Shake out. Here we go. Let's do it. Loving it. Keep it there.
Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once she gently sighed.
Can we go even further with it? I think we get partway through and then go, oh yeah, we're supposed to do something here. We need to do it right at the beginning. Transitions, these are going to feel like black and white. It's going from one extreme to another extreme. Right away. Here we go.
So, excuse me, is this a kind of caricature, this line?
100% yes. Yeah, I don't think it's, you need to hear those differences. If you're not 100% in, you're not far enough. So let's hear it. Here we go. Would
you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once she gently sighed.
You can have a little giggle in there. I think you have to do it after once. Perhaps just once. She turned voice.
say, would we care to dance gently try? There seems to be 3 blocks of the pod. Would you care to dance gently try? And somebody just asked a question about that, and we were told we're supposed to unroll it, and we're not unrolling it in one complete sentence. We're doing 3. We're swinging.
So which one? Yeah, the question actually was, do we use that caricature all the way through the line? Do you care to dance, eat gently, try? Which the answer was yes. We're not changing that. So it sounds like the question that you're asking is, do we keep that kind of, are we building that waltz feel? And I think the answer is yes to that as well. We don't want to overdo it, right? There's a big difference between, like, if any of you have ever waltzed before, as you can see, I waltz on a regular basis. But if you ever do a waltz, it's a lot more gentle than this. Which is kind of, would you care to dance gently? Would you care to dance gently? Notice how the movement just has a sort of a grace to it, as opposed to a... Right, the band isn't gregarious right now. Maybe you're getting drunker as the song goes on. I don't know. But right now, it's just nice and easy. Right? Beautiful music. Here we go. Would you care?
Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed. Then he turned.
Something about this line, then he turned and winked. You know why? First of all, we need to get the quality of a wink, which is a light. It's a subtle cue. And it's the subtle cue of Casey to you. Then he turned and winked at you. Say it. Now. It's not like, now. Real. Then he turned and winked. By a round of drink, and the band knew that if they're not 3 separate thoughts, they're all the same one. Then turn and look, by a round of drink, and the band knew what to do. So you know what to do with the wink. That's your cue. It's very conspiratorial, I suppose, in the tone, maybe not in attitude, but in the tone. You've got to assume, if you're going to be conspiratorial, that I'm in on it. Even if I miss the rehearsal and change the plan.
Good. Go from would you care to dance. Here we go. Shake up. Let's do this.
Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed. Then he turned and winked by a round of drink.
Anchored on the round of drink, which just doesn't make sense. Then you turn and wink by a round of drink, which just doesn't make sense to be slowing the energy of that. By a round of drink, and the band. So let's do that, shall we?
Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed. Then he turned and winked by a round of drink, and the band knew what to do.
So one thing that I think that we can do to make it even just more interesting is then you turn and wink, buy a round of drink, and the band. Over the course of that, even though there are pauses, there's a lot of that movement going on. And right now it's kind of all monodynamic. It's all, here we go! But then you turn and wink. Buy a round of drink, I'm getting happier, right? And the band, we knew what to do and why, right? So let's have that. Let's have all of that build, all of that difference. Would you care to dance?
Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She
you let up, oh, right, I'm gone. Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Can we do that again? And all I'm going to ask is then you turn and wink. Make it even more conspiratorial between you and Casey. Just you and Casey on this, not you and the whole place. Because right now it's still the whole place. You and Casey. Same place.
Would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed. Then he turned and winked by a round of drink, and the man knew what to do and why. Then Casey would waltz with the strawberry lawn, and then
Red wine, so it just never lets up. And you see, it just never lets up. There's always something moving and happening there.
So we're going to do it again. Here's why. I always like that. I steal this from a good friend of mine, Steve Tramack, who's a music judge. He says, the first time, really great that we accomplished something, that's an accident. The second time is a coincidence, and the third time is a trend. And we have to start making some trends. So if we did that once in a row, we got that once in a row where we found that the wink, coming back, we broke it. And why? We need to do it 2 more times. Just like that from when you, would you care to dance?
would you care to dance? She gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed. Then he turned and winked by a round of drink, and the man knew what to do and why. Then Casey would waltz with the strawberry lawn, and the band played on.
I hope you remember we did this a few weeks ago, and I hope you get into the waltz, which actually ties into keeping things moving. And why? You don't have to do the hands necessarily, but it's the whole advancing posture. The lifted sternum, forward, and light on the feet.
Yeah, choreographed.
I know we do. I know
We can move through those moves, though. We can move that
We
through
can
those
totally
moves.
do them in that posture.
Yeah.
You can still feel light on your feet, very ballroom-ish, very ballsy in posture. It'll look really good too, even if you're hamming it up a bit, it's not tense, it'll look cool. It's better than just... Light on your feet.
Might help to exaggerate that pre-move then.
Yeah, that might help.
Because then the pre-move is a little bit bigger, a little bit longer.
So here's what we're going to do. This is the honest truth. I'm giving you a little inkling into the judging world for a minute. And some of you probably know about this. But this is the same world that your audience lives in. They just don't have pencils and paper. It's the honest truth. This intro is the first thing that everyone hears. The audience and the judges. And from this intro, we get a great taste as to where we feel the chorus sits. And we're taught, this is taught, that we do something that usually is a bubble, which is, we think the chorus is between these 10 points approximately. And usually over the course of the song, unless we're totally wrong, which hopefully we would admit, we kind of hone in. It doesn't mean that we're going to go lower than, but generally it's going to sit within this range. That's what we kind of feel. And then we kind of hone in and go, that's where the chorus is. So it's imperative that everything that we do is at the highest, most range possible. Because this is the first song that the audience and the judges hear. The audience does the exact same thing, by the way. You do it, I know you do it. You sit, you listen to a group, and you go, how good is this going to be? You may not actually verbally ever say those words, but you're kind of sizing it up in your head. And you go, you know what, I think this is going to be great. Or, oh man, this is going to suck. You've all had those experiences. The other thing that's going to be important, and I don't know if there's a curtain or no curtain, but when the lights come on, can you tell, like when you've seen other groups perform, really great ones, can you tell before they sing that this experience is going to be amazing as an audience member?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, most of us. And I mean, I'm not talking just barbershop. Like if I go to theater or if I go to an orchestra, you can just tell by the way they carry themselves that you go, you know what, this is going to be an experience. I'm going to really enjoy this. You probably have also been to same performances where you see a group and you go, please right here. Please. Or I hope they're doing comedy because they something like that. And so all I'm going to ask is that you know what great musical groups look like. You've seen them. And you have a choice that you can make. You can embody that now and eventually, become as great as you want to be, or you can choose to constantly be looking at that going, oh, I wish we could be that. Or you can just start embodying how they act, how they look now, and it will come. Right? So all I'm going to ask we have about 25 minutes left before apparently we're eating. But these weekends are always about eating.
And drinking.
Hey, all I'm saying is we have 25 minutes left, and this is really we're starting to wrap stuff up for the night. Let's give 25 minutes of what it feels like to own that. To own, hey, we're all tired. We've had either days of work or golf, or driving with John.
On the right side of the road this time?
Yeah. But let's use these last 25 minutes to embody what it feels like to be really great and to do that. Because you have a choice. You can do that or you can't. Right? That's your decision. So let's be that right now. Let's make this intro as rockin' as it can be. Here we go. From the top.
Come and all Casey hired the place, he even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there, how he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Well, perhaps just once.
Please don't jump in because you think that's the pattern. Let the giggle come, and I'll bring you in.
Yeah, so here's a couple things that went really, really well. Immediately, things were more together and they were better. Immediately. Because you chose to take on a different mantle and a different ownership.
So does that mean, like, we had this one, by the way? One, two, three, whatever.
I'd say it has to be one giggler. One giggler. The other thing is that make those transitions nice and big and enjoy them. You're making the vocal transition of, well, perhaps just once, she gently cried. You're making that transition vocally 100% and visually 75%. It's kind of going, most of you aren't really getting the look. It's kind of going, and I think that there's probably more to be had, right? So like, there's those kinds of things, make them bigger. Whatever you choose to do, just make it bigger. Here we go.
Come and all Casey hired the place, he even paid the band. Then when he met the fairest Colleen there, how he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Well, perhaps just once, she gently sighed. Then he turned and winked by a round of drink, and the man knew what to do. And why? Then Casey would waltz with the strawberry blonde, and the band played on. He'd glide across the floor with the girl he adored, and the band played on. But his brain was so loaded it nearly exploded. The poor girl would shake with a bomb.
So we're going to just start right on, then Casey would waltz with the strawberry wine. Here's what I'd like you to do. I want you to try something. Everyone, you may call it something different, but stagger breathing? Yep. Talk about stagger breathing. And I learned a new concept this year that was transformative. And this concept comes from the Alexandria Harmonizers. It was used by them, and they didn't compete last year at International, but 2 internationals ago, they made the massive leap. They ended up scoring, they came in 3rd, and they ended up scoring like a 91 or something crazy. It was fantastic. And their highest score, I think, ever, even from when they won gold medals. So it was like massive. And it was equated to one thing that they did that is super easy. And it's a concept like stagger breathing, but it's even further. And here's what it is.
Is this what Daniel wrote to us?
Okay, so you've heard this. So I'm going to reiterate this because I think this is really important. In my mind, stagger breathing, so from where I am in Canada, we get cold winters, or at least colder winters. I'm jealous, by the way. So that's why you can generally, but when you have those really cold winters, generally you don't want your gas tank going under a quarter tank. Oftentimes you want it just above, just in case. What we tend to do when we stagger breathe is we wait till our gas tank is almost empty, and then we kind of hunt and search for a word or a syllable that we're going to remove from the sound to come back in. And most of us as musicians are not very good at that. Honestly, most of us are not good. Even great singers aren't very good at it. So what I'm going to ask you to do is never get to that point. Never get to the point where you're like dying and trying to hunt and peck for the best place to take it. I actually want you to breathe more often because you can. That's the benefit of singing in a chorus versus if you're quartet. In quartet, you have to figure it out. But in a chorus, I can make you sing phrases that are in you. Maybe Tim Warren can sing them, but other than Tim, no one else can sing them. And so I'm going to ask you to breathe more often. And it's more than stagger breathing, right? In fact, when it was taught to us, they talked about 33% of the time, basically a third of the time, trying to take in breath and utilizing more air through the phrase to allow all these little musical things that happen. Give it to those musical things as opposed to trying to conserve all the time. So just for a moment, I want you to do this whole intro, and I want you to do one thing. Every time you breathe, I want you to snap. So you're just going to snap. If you can't snap, put your hand up. I don't care.
And then take regular breaths as well.
So yes, you have to. You're taking extra breaths in addition to your chorus breaths. All right. So it might be more, but we're going from. Well, that's not even the right song. The right from the chorus of the song. So Casey, then Casey would waltz. Here we go. So when you breathe, snap. Here we go.
Keep your breath.
Then here we go. that? Can you have as much time, you can take out a word early and then do it, go the phrase, use your choice. I'm not suggesting that you do the same thing every time right now, I'm just playing, but when you take a full syllable off, so, then Casey would waltz with a very blonde, I would take the whole syllable off, right? I'm just out. The other thing is that blonde and the band, there needs to be more connection with your energy there, with your breath, because I'm getting strawberry blonde and the band is kind of versus blonde and the band, it needs to lift. The only way you can do that is with air. Here we go.
Then Casey would waltz with a strawberry blonde and the band played on. He'd glide across the floor with the girl he adored and the band played on.
Can you hear how much music and sound you're making as a chorus? The ensemble is incredible when you do that. And this game that we play in barbershop, it's all about ensemble. And what you just did is create tons of ensemble. Do it one more time, just that, with the snapping, and then we're going to remove the snapping. Because obviously that's horrible choreography.
It's like where my castanets going?
Yeah. Here we go, one more time with snapping.
Then Casey would waltz with a strawberry blonde and the band played on. He'd glide across the floor with the girl he adored and the band played on. But his brain was so loaded, it nearly exploded. The poor girl would shake with alarm. He'd dare leave the girl with the strawberry curls and the band played on. And the band played on.
This is some really, really fine singing. And, we have 15 minutes left. We're doing some fabulous, fabulous stuff. I want you to do the exact same thing without all these stupid snaps. But you have to do exactly what you just did. You have to breathe that often. And you have to believe that by doing that, you're adding more to the ensemble. By singing less notes, you're adding more to the ensemble. It is the weirdest thing ever, but that's the beauty of a chorus versus a quartet, right? You can sing these phrases that go on and on and on and on, and you can handle it. Here we go.
So it's okay even if it's a really small section?
Yep. Yeah. I'd say so. I mean, it's not a section of one, so I mean three. So long-term, one thing that you may want to do, it depends on how anal you are as a section, but you may want to say, okay, next time I learn a piece, or here's a few places that I'm breathing, and make it part of your personal plan, so that you always know, hey, I'm taking this syllable out, as opposed to,
Yeah, I do it at random all the time.
yeah, you start to get a little bit better at it. You start to hear what's going on around you. But what you just did was fabulous. So I'm assuming you have good enough musical, innate musicality to be able to do it really well. Yeah.
David is that anal.
Awesome. So tenors are okay. Here we go. So without the snaps, with all the involvement, but with that idea in mind. Here we go.
Then Casey would waltz with the strawberry lawn and the band played on. He'd glide across the floor with the girl he adored and the band played on.
What is the choreography there? means is that I'm not quite understanding what's going on. Can you just make me understand what's going on? Okay, show me. Here we go.
My name should be comparison. Can I jump in, Jim, and you can perform. Guys, hands up the rows that sway to the right first.
And the organization sounds much bigger than it is. So we were talking yesterday, 32, 34 guys sounds like 50 guys. That's because your sound is expanding. But there are certain intervals that help us expand. And the fifth is one of them, and the octave is the other. The other notes are they're good. They color the chord. But those are the notes that truly help us expand. And almost every single chord that you sing in barbershop has a fifth in it somewhere. There's only a few that don't, right? And they're used so sparingly that we don't really work too much on them. It's basically the fully diminished seven for you music geeks out here. But oftentimes we have a nice big fit, so we can feel that. This is another exercise that kind of gets that fifth in our head. So here we get a B flat, and I'd like everyone to sing the melody line to My Wild Irish Rose. So we're going to sing the melody line to My Wild Irish Rose. Even bases, so we're going to keep everything in that beautiful, high, heady voice right off the bat. Here we go. My time to be singing there at only 10 to 9 and already creating some beautiful, beautiful sound. There's probably a couple sounds in there that we went, if we had a second or third or fifth shot at it, we would be able to make that better. What was one of them? Yes.
Scooping on the wild.
Yeah, especially with the whoop, right? The W sound was created for a new whoop. We tend to do that. The other thing that was interesting is that we did that, and if this was the note, we kind of went, yeah, we didn't quite reach it. So let's see if we do that one more time, and without making weird vowels or anything like that, let's see if we can get on top of it. For you guys that are feeling really low this morning, what you may want to do is just tap right into your falsetto or very head tone, especially basses. This is a great exercise just to get things moving. One more time. My get to the note. We would want that energy to come from here. One more time. Here we go. My wild Irish rose breathes the sweetest flower that grows. Yes. I love your second O more than your first O. My wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows. The second O, I thought everyone went, I'm going to commit to that tone that we're going for. The first O is like, it's 10 to 9 in the morning, why are you getting me to sing so high? Right? So let's do it one more time, and let's see if we can bring that to the table. And then we're going to add one other thing to it and have some fun with it. My wild Irish rose. Basses, my wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows, you're going to sing the melody line, but in this key, my wild Irish rose, right? And the upper parts are going to sing, my wild Irish rose. Ready, try it. My wild. The first one is the hardest one. My wild Irish rose. Let's look at B flat. My for the So this is going to sound very monastic, right? Like we can imagine a bunch of monks praying to this and, you know, hitting the books on the head afterwards. Yes, I am totally a geek. And, but you can imagine that. You can have those big solid fifths the whole time. And what this is doing is just tuning your ear to what does a really good fifth sound like and how does sound expand. Let's see if we can do that again. We're going to sing that phrase and see if we can sing all of those phrases where every single note and all the notes in between the notes that we have on the page rock and just expand, expand, expand. Here we go. These things is not like the other. My wild Irish rose. Remember singing melody. Here we go. My wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows. Notice how it's low, the O stuff. It's a little harder. It's harder to rate. It's a little lower in the rate. So I need you to start listening and open your ears up to what you have to do to make every single note pop right away.
We have an answer to those O vowels. U's. They curly do, they super do, which I can't even do. I can't do the accent for that super between you. They super do. Oh. It's the placement. It's not so much the vowel shape, it's a U.
I like that.
Oh, my Irish rose.
There you go.
Like curly.
So you guys are going to have to tune those things up. That's really boring.
That's B flat, really B.
Some of their notes are actually really good match and some
Yeah, the B flat, sorry.
pitch pipe sit, they're not all equal.
Let's hear the line.
There's where it rings.
Yeah, let's do that again. Every single chord in this little silly exercise has that opportunity what you just did. Let's make every chord, bring every ounce of opportunity at every single interval. Here we go. Get there, but it just takes a millisecond or two. Unfortunately, in music, you don't have a millisecond. You have to just get there. So whatever adjustments you're making, make them faster and faster and faster. Here we go. Trust yourself more. This is getting better. Rocking a little bit. I want to do one more thing on the my chord, please. So can we just sing the my? So I'm going to ask you to do something that is exactly what you did in warm-up, which is a lot of multitasking, right, at the same time. One thing that I'm hearing, I love the brilliance, ma, but I think from some voices, we're going ma. You hear the difference? Ma, ma. One is just collapse a little bit. So all I want you to do is just take your hands on that ma, start where you are, and do one of these. This is an old gray line trick. It works really well. But don't change the ring. Don't change where you feel a lot of those sensations. Other things will change. Sing the ma. So I'm probably different than on, unless I ask for the pitch, please don't give it. So, because now we have to re-pitch and figure all that out. So let's get a B flat again.
Good, George.
My friends, it has all the richness in the tone, it just unifies things, but it doesn't change anything that you're already doing.
Can I just give the oral experience there? Okay, because I wasn't even watching the exercise, but I heard it change from close to being locked in tune but with slight dissonance and I could hear sound waves bumping off each other to coming into lovely consonant alignment, and it sounded like as it went along it got happier and happier. It sounded like a smile came into the whole thing, a comfortable natural smile entered the whole tone. The initial tone was kind of flat, not flat as in pitch, but flat as in quality, and then it suddenly took on a much happy quality to it. That's what it sounded like.
Can we do that exercise one more time? Here we go. Yeah, you can make sure that that is still there, as opposed to.
Is anyone singing? Is anyone singing that note at this page? Because it's loud and screaming.
Yeah,
It's just loud and clear.
Great. Take some hands for a second. Last one, launch your jaw. Okay, that does sound like your voice, just makes you look stupid. So. That's one. So we're going to do one other little pitch exercise, because yesterday we spent a fair amount of time on pitch and the importance of pitch, but kind of going around it, not necessarily just saying, okay, you know, sometimes the more we talk about pitch, the more we as individuals do weird things to try and accomplish it. But when we started to build awareness, that's when everything started to work a little bit. So it's all about awareness. We're going to do one other exercise. Let's get an F. Maybe this was close.
I only have a low F on mine.
Okay. Can I get everyone into it? No, first. You know where it needs to go? That's it. To an O, please. Good. We're going to do a fun little pitch exercise. This exercise is one that we do with Toronto Northern Lights. Not weekly, but often, and it's a great exercise to develop pitch awareness and how we can learn to sing just above sometimes that tonal center. So whoever's gonna blow pitch, I need you to keep it handy because we're gonna do a little exercise. So let's hear that F then. And where's the F sharp? Good. So over a count of 6. We're going to go from the F to the F sharp, right? Over a count of 6. So I'm going to go 1, and you're going to slowly move from F to F sharp. All right, so let's do that F again. Let's start there to an O, please. Oh, here we go. 2 things. One, I'm going to go through 3. The first thing is, please don't change your vocal quality to try to make this happen. Please don't change your vocal quality. Number 2 is, let's do it as even as possible. So if I created a bit of a graph here and said, pitch, time, the different axes, it kind of went. Right, you probably felt that. Yeah. It didn't have, our goal is to make it just an even angle all the way up. So pitch over time is almost as angled as possible versus that kind of thing, right? And the third thing is let's do it together. Let's play like a team. So I don't want anyone to lead, anyone to follow. Let's see if we can do that all together. I know it's a whole bunch of stuff, but I know of course we do it. So let's do it. I think we made most of our gains of that semitone between 1 and 3, and then we kind of honed it in between 4 and 6. Let's see if we can make it even more even. I know this is tough, and let's increase this to a count of 10. Count of 10.
You can understand the semitone might be just this tiny gap. It's huge.
It's huge.
You're discovering there's a multitude of notes in between.
So let's aim for over 10 counts. I know it's tougher and it's slower, but yeah, we have to. This is going to really work the ears. Here we go. But it was really well done. It was quite even. The thing I liked the most about it was together. You didn't hear a lot of people ahead or below, but you get those beats. It kind of sounded like the whole organization that's coming together and doing it. Okay, we're going to do it one more time, and we're going to do it over 16 counts. Okay, 16 counts. And this will all make sense in a second. Ish. I'm going to stop you at a number. So we're going to start at, aim for 16, but I'm going to stop you at a specific number along the way. But your goal is as even as possible over 16 counts, all right? And hopefully this will all make sense. Let's go to a different pitch. Let's actually go to G now, because we've done this F. And let's just hear a G sharp or A flat, please. Just so you can hear where the target is. Good, back down to the G. Here we go. Over 16. 5, stop there. Let's hear the pitch of G. You hear the pitch right sounds just a bit dull. So this is stealing from a good friend of our chorus, David Wright. And David Wright says, his belief is, we should aim to sing 5/16 above the pitch at all times. 5/16. I know that sounds really weird, but when you actually break it down into 16 counts, a semitone, you can hear that the pitch pipe is just slightly dull to what we sound like, right? So let's see if we can do that. Yeah.
You're consistently 5/16, aren't you consistently at 0? But 5/16 becomes the new 0?
Talk to David Wright because he's a mathematics professor.
Yeah.
He is really.
Yeah, he is a mathematician. I know what you're saying though. And I think that the answer is no. You're still 5/16 above the pitch. That's the goal. The hardest part, and we're chatting at breakfast, and the hardest part about pitch and pitch awareness is that barbershop, as you know, You have the melody line, which kind of, to some degree, follows, say, the scale on the piano, which is different than, say, what we do as we harmonize around it, right? When we harmonize around it, we know that fifths have to be a little bit higher. The second degree has to be a little bit higher.
Can I tell you guys something really peculiar? Because when Real-Time first got together, we were plowing through a whole bunch of musical ideas. We even once had the stupid idea, and thank goodness we realized it was stupid. Let's sing David Wright's arrangement of Alabama Bound. If you've never heard it before, the Toronto Northern Lights is the only group I know of to have sung it. It's deadly.
Oh, yeah.
It's designed for chorus reading. It really is. There's no place for orchestra reading. But there's this awesome section in it where you get this. Yes, the train goes past like that. And David Wright has written on the page at that point. Okay. With the Doppler effect causing the pitch to change by a perfect minor third, how fast was the train traveling?
It's true. It's on the arrangement.
It is in the sheet.
It is in the sheet. Oh, yeah. I think you do something so magical. Nothing. They do all the foundations. That's what they do. Every single chorus is always just working on, let's develop these fundamental skills and let's get better at them.
Can I give you a couple of examples of this sort of tuning thing, because it's just weird. One, both in quartet singing, one was nearly an A flat, please. When we stand together and we sing the opening line of Heart by Heart that we were preparing for contest as a foursome, our youth one day in a garden fair, a rose found withered and dying. What's the pitch? So fair enough, that's just me on my own, but the four of us would get together, and three in the group, me, Tim and Mark, particularly really wanted to use the high voice qualities that we had in our natural resonance. And we find that Mark was screaming by the end of the song. It was just, because we were sharp by a whole half tone. So we thought, we better find out where this is happening. One day in a garden fair, a rose found withered and dying. Now I'm not trying to go sharp there, I'm hearing the chords in my head and tuning to them. And it was the combination of our tuning effects that sent us a full half-tone sharp in the first phrase, which made Mark go, damn it hurts. And suddenly his A towards the end of the song would have to be a B flat, which is high. So it's peculiar, and because Tim has such high resonant qualities to his voice, we just gave him a complex by always staring at him every time. We've got a problem. That's one. Another one is you can go on YouTube, you can listen to us sing Rest Out of Rain. I was not aware of this until I heard it back again, where I posted a note at the end. What's that, an E flat? What's the E flat? I just put rain, and you got there. I hear it, you listen to my note from where it starts to where it finishes, and it's several cycles higher at the end. And I wasn't really aware that I was doing that, but you can hear it plainly. You just stop it, listen to it where it begins, switch off and listen to where it finishes, and it's several cycles higher, and I can hear it very, very clearly. And I'm happy with sharp, I'm happy with everything that cycles up. Could be 5/16 higher than the pitch spike.
In general, barbershop likes to cycle down. So it's basically, if we can just find that, it's a really sweet stuff. Yeah.
You can hear that if you listen to it, it was really, really tight.
The excitement of the party with other. All right, go back one more time. This transition is important. And we finish. Enjoy. Keep it going. can kind of lose here.
Imagine what they're going to look like, how fantastic it is.
So during that, go to your position. That's my thought. Yeah. So you're going to slowly move into your position. The other thing is that when you start the da da da, so I'm trying to remember back to my wedding, but I'm sure that you know, when you first hear whatever the bridal music is going to be, people aren't right away snapped, right? Because they're in this, oh, this is great, I'm excited, blah, blah, blah. And then you start to hear the music and it just takes a few seconds before the formality kind of begins. And right now, it's da-da-da, you see the prep beat from John, and the minute the prep beat happens, it was like everything went quiet, all the party stopped, and oh, what's going to happen? Can the party just have this lingering feeling that sort of dissipates into the formality of the event? Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, even if it doesn't, just nod your head yes. Yes. All right, one more time.
Continue to the breath.
Yeah, or party goes to the first da. Da, the first da. The party goes all the way there through the breath to da, da, and then it starts to dissipate. Right? When the party dissipates, the face turns on big time. Here we go.
We haven't got there yet because the sense is thundering standing over.
And finished! Yay! Oh! So here's the thing,
Which is actually works well for what I've done. Remember, you're going to be partying. Don't let it happen. Watch this. Watch this. When I stand up on my legs dangling over the stage, you're in party mode, and I'm going to be turning back to you. Now, don't let your party be spoiled by me like all this stuff. Like, what the hell was that? So you can't let that be spoiled, all right? You can't let me drag that down.
Can you keep especially floormen, can you keep the party going a little bit more and just have all of your peripheral on what's going on with John, so that when he goes, duh, you, oh, I have to get back to my position, right? As opposed to stop the party, okay, now we move to our place. It just feels so clunky, and it doesn't have this continuous feel. Yeah.
How much time should I expect between the blowing of the pitch and the beginning of the song?
Not long. Even longer on the pitch blow there, George. Another a quarter of what you did just there.
All right, one more time. Yes, question.
I was just going to say that there's two ways to look at the way John is coming around, right? He could be like the preacher that is kind of ticked off because of the way you guys are partying in the church.
And trying to get it rounded up.
You know, get with it, all right?
Yeah.
And of course, the whole congregation usually ignores him the whole time, right? They really are. And it's because
Just like in chorus.
they're looking for the bride. They're waiting for the bride.
Here we go. Final song, final chorus. And it's finished. Yay! Celebrate. Keep moving. Don't allow movement to stagnate. Don't allow movement to stagnate. Listen to the pitch. Here we go.
like when you're chatting with everybody and then you hear the organ start to say it's like, all right, here we go, let's see how she gets, whoa, look at her, you know, that sort of thing.
Especially here, because you guys are basically like groomsmen, you're an important part of the wedding party, so it's important that you know that there's a slightly more important role that you serve in the wedding than just the typical congregation that's at a wedding, friends and family. You have a stronger role, so the minute that starts, oh yeah, I have to get into place.
I just had an idea, I don't know if this would work. Do we have lapel holes in our jackets?
No.
Scissors. I'd love it. I would love it if during the milling around party time, you guys are also sticking on boutonnieres. And then during the magnets would do it, but then during the song, as the ball goes to hell and it's all gone, one at a time they're just being just let, and they wouldn't drop back there, they'd be left somewhere close to the stage, just tossed away, a guy who's up front from the strong, so the women just left.
Maybe during the first sale.
Yeah, maybe throughout the song. Throughout the song they'll disappear, one at a time.
Yeah.
It could be a great image, just one cloud dropping away.
Actually, flowers with a clip.
Just these guys who don't
Flowers with a clip would be better.
I love it. That'd be cool.
Whereas,
Thanks, we'll go. Right, we can.
Okay, so one more time, let's do this, so.
Just say you don't want this. Because that's brutally exact. I love it.
Keep moving, keep moving.
When there's, it's like,
Remember where you were just when we were finishing milling around and we're about to sing? That's it. Now when you start singing, like, oh yes, here I go, and move with purpose rather than da 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 da. That's the stage wanders, and it looks like wandering.
The hardest part is that, and we struggle with this, you're doing two things at once. One is you're being an orchestra part. You are no longer a chorus, by the way. The minute you're going da da da, you're not a chorus. You're an orchestra. You're a pre-recorded CD. You're something else. And at the same time, you're playing a role that's different from the music, right? If we actually had somebody play that, your role would be, oh yeah, I have to get in. And here we go. I have purpose. But the problem is that you also have to be the music, right? So you have to give me those two things at once. And they're both different. One is your purpose as a friend or family member or part of the wedding party. And two is your role as a singer and chorus of the music, right? So let's see that happen. Just mingle here, and just before the pitch is blown.
Tell the guy how wonderful he's looking. There's no way, there's not a chance two people could possibly fit through there and rest there.
Let's see again. That was way better. Do it again. Do it again.
Remember to use peripherals, and I'll be bringing them in, right? Don't be surprised. It'll just take a bit of work.
Our summer plans were set, a wedding full of joy. Cake, champagne, and caviar, and I, the lucky boy. But then the message came, a phone call in the night, never to return again. Gone, my heart's
Sing light, delight again. Hear my timing. Don't sing a D because you're going to be way before I am. It's part of the deliberate, it's a very deliberate choice. Sing delight. You hear it?
Yeah.
No, do you hear it? It's slightly louder. Do it again. It's really after the sound finishes, it doesn't finish the sound. Delight. Delight. Okay, that little afterthought.
I'm sort of watching your hands, and you're closing your hands long before the T.
Yeah.
So I gotta, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would give that promise. Good, guys, really, really great job. The biggest thing is, and we talk a lot about this in the course, is mugging it. And what we say about mugging it is basically, it means, are we kind of going, I'm sad, or am I actually finding something in my life that brings across that emotion? The most interesting thing, and I know you guys probably talk about this, but the most interesting thing is, no matter where I've traveled, and my friends and family have traveled, humans show the same emotion no matter where you are. So, you know, when you go to Africa, when you go to New Zealand, maybe not where John's from, but honestly, when you travel and somebody is happy, they share their happiness in the same way. You see the face light up, you see certain characteristic traits. When people are sad, we look kind of the same all over the world. When people are faking to be sad, I can tell. You know, it just looks fake. So it's for sale, a wedding book. That's called mugging. But if I can find something in my life that I can latch onto a true emotion in my heart, because the honest to goodness truth is none of us are good enough actors, right? Or else we would probably be paid to do it. So it's easier actually to find something in your life that you can hook on to, an experience, a moment that brings that out of you. And you go, and you're vulnerable. And it's true, rather than over the top. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So especially men who are coming down onto the floor and have roles that are basically right in front of the audience, you want to make sure that you're finding that moment. It's hard, but being vulnerable is what it's all about. And it's the hardest thing you can do. It's really hard to bare your soul in front of a whole bunch of people that are writing down numbers and a whole bunch of people in an audience. But that's what actually gets the best reactions from audiences. Think of all the choruses and quartets that have moved you in some way, and the ones that truly move you are the ones that are usually investing a lot of their true feelings and heart into it, rather than pretending. So when we get to this moment, for sale, it's pretty heavy. But let's see if we can find some trueness to it. You know, whether it's a partner, whether it's a child, whether it's a dog, whether it's a situation. You know, all of you have wonderful life experience that you can bring to the table. And I don't even need a congruent story. I just need something in you that elicits that emotion. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Because if I told you my story, if I had a case like this and I told you my story would be so much different than every one of yours, because I'm different and I've had different life experiences. Right? And each of you, I want to see a slice of your life on stage, not pretending to be somebody else. Right? So can we just, for a second, start right before, in fact, why don't we, can we go from dawn? So, dawn, my heart's delight, or we can even go from for sale. You know where we've just come. Dawn, my heart's delight. And as you're moving to whatever it is, for sale, a wedding book unsigned, I really want you to delve deep inside yourself and bring something to the table that's deeper than we've seen so far.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Keep it genuine, keep the sound flowing through it with the genuine. I haven't got my face. I can only do it like this. So you're responsible. Wedding book unsigned. There, keep the energy going through it.
One quick exercise with you. Put your hands out. Yeah. And when you feel occupied with the emotions that we're talking about, when you have that vividly in your mind, I just want you to slowly bring down your hand, and that's when we're going to start, when everyone is ready. Okay? Here we go.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she's on. For sale, a dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory. For sale, some music and a dance.
We go from complete with roses and we get to for sale, some music and a dance. Can we start the pathetic sales job at that point? It's good. You want it, it's good. The music, it's good stuff. You should take it, it's really good. That's the pathetic sales job because it's coming up on that. It's yours, a lifetime, 25. You want it, don't you? Because I'm such a great salesman. That's the image I want. I really want that pathetic. Like, please take it. It's for sale. The second time, the contrast, then it's like, take it away. Take it for free. I don't care. Just take it. good. This
Was that a different experience?
is cool. Nice.
It was a very deep, and it was a much more emotionally occupied experience.
Can we do it again? Let's do it one. Very good.
I mean, the hardest part is going to be one thing that you're going to need to start thinking about. Many of you will have different stories that you are bringing to the table. There's a problem that we have as human beings, and you know the old saying, familiarity breeds contempt, right? So the more you go to the same place, in the same story, the less effective it's going to be. So one of the things that we like to do in Flores is individually, I have 3 or 4 different things that I can attach to that are going to elicit a similar emotion. And the reason is because if I just use the one over and over and over again, it's not going to work. So whatever works for you, I mean, generally you'll be able to do 2 or 3 times in the same place, but after you rehearse it a few times, you go, no, that's not going to work. You know, it's just like looking at a painting for a while, and how long can you look at a painting before you're like, okay, I have to move on to the next one, right? Unless you really are super interested in it, it's not going to work. The same thing with your own experiences. Let's do it. Here we go. One more time. Find your place. Find something even deeper, even more full of sadness.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, the dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory. For sale, some music and a dance, and evenings full of sweet romance. It's yours, a lifetime torn apart. For sale, one broken
Really wonderful job, and I want to just commend everyone going there, going to these different places, and being vulnerable, and sharing that experience with each other and with us, because it's hard to do, especially as men. We don't like often going to these places because it shows weakness, or at least that's kind of what sometimes we've been taught by society. But this is the place that we need to start tapping into, that's going to move audiences and bring them on a journey that they're not even prepared for. Does that make sense? Really, really fine stuff, and great job. Just for fun, because sometimes when we do it for a while, we need to shake that. So just take a second and shake it out. That was great.
For sale.
Instant. Under. What happened to our 5/16 above?
For sale, a honeymoon brand new, and a preacher with a
this is probably the climax of the song in so many ways, right? What is the emotion of this climax for you? What is the emotion of the climax for you? So, River Heart, here it is, done, gone. So, yeah, the old Pepper song. So it has, it's just, here you are burying your soul in it's probably that mixture that, it's a hard emotion to understand, but it kind of has a mixture of sadness and frustration and anger all at the same time. Right now, it's way too passive. As I like to say, we're being way too Canadian about it. We're being way too nice about it. And we really have to allow ourselves to open that up a little bit more. I wanted to start there because this is where the whole song is building to. Like the second time, it's yours, a lifetime torn apart. This decision, or whatever has happened, has torn me apart, torn us apart, all of those things. So we need to feel that there, right? So can we go from the same place? Can I just have leads for a second? Let's do that. Just leads.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new.
So when we worked together in the other room, one of the exercises that we did was to make sure that we're more on the gas pedal. And please, I'm not hearing that right now. Right? So take some extra breaths if you need. These are long phrases that demand a ton. So please take extra. Remember the snapping exercise? Do it without snapping. Show us how it's done, please.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new. And the creature.
Did you notice on new? It was really good. It kind of went, yeah, oh no. Right? It's as if we didn't have enough stamina to get all the way to the end before the breath. And I think part of the reason is because some of you guys are conserving. Please use your air. Breathe more often. Breathe more often. Put an extra breath in there somewhere for fun. Let's see what happens. Just the leads.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new.
Make sure that we can all agree, probably on the higher of those two pitches that we heard. And we're getting a little bit of beats because there's some people that are like, kind of holding on to the lower note, right? I think it's in the setup. Preacher with a married fire. I can get a lot of tension coming into the falsetto at it's yours. Those two words, you must be. There's no option there, please. No one is full voicing, it's yours. Nobody is full voicing that, please, because it's ugly. Here we go. I wouldn't dare full voice that even in quartet situation. Can we have lead and bass, please? Lead and bass. And bass, I want you to drive the emotion even more. The leads right now are at an extreme of their range, and they need your support. Right? This is a team sport, right? This isn't solo singing, it's a team sport. So basses, the leads need your support to drive this emotional just turmoil that's happening. If they drive it, it's going to all be from here because of where it is in the range. But for you, it's in a sweet spot, right? So leads and basses, let's hear it.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new.
Basses, can we be right on? Not behind, not sort of sliding.
You're moving, right? Everyone knows where we are?
Yeah.
All right.
Just not sliding into the pitch a little slow.
Oh, let's get better.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new.
Basses, good. You're supporting more beautifully now. Your pitch changes, though, are actually
still just a fraction behind the lead words. Okay, they are just a fraction behind it.
So, and you're going, ooh, I'm hearing maybe some extra notes in there. Ooh, straight across there. Ooh, right? Right? Weird intervals. Here we go. Basically,
For sail a honeymoon, brand new, and a preacher with a marriage vow for two. It's yours, a lifetime, torn apart.
lifetime torn apart. Think about the words we're singing. Lifetime torn apart. Lifetime torn. Lifetime. I'll do it again. Lifetime torn. Right. Lifetime torn up. That's what we need from you. We need to hear the ripping the heart out of the chest right there. This is where it all. And it's too nice. It's too pleasant. So I'm going to ask you this. If you've earned the right, if you have sung so beautifully, so connected, you earn the right to sometimes sing a little crappy. And at that moment, I want you to envision what would it sound like to lifetime torn. To you, I think it's too much. It's over the top. But for us, it's going to be, oh, wow, it's amazing. So go there. It's a little nasty, that's fine. So let's hear these bases one more time. Because there's a lot of miracles that are shaking their heads, yes. We're on the right track, guys. We just need to find it.
For sail.
First chord, 2 and 4.
It's wrong there, there's no there. I'm hearing of one voice there, and it's everyone's there. No.
That's clean. Here we are right there. We get there immediately. We don't get a warm up into it. There's no second chance.
Here we go.
For sail a honeymoon, brand new, and a preacher with a marriage vow for two.
Come on, Exodus! A couple of things I'd like to work out. First of all, there's a voice over here that comes in early on and. There's a lead voice over here. I'm going. Right, we've got. And a preacher. There's an and coming in way too early. So just fix that, please. Simple fix. Just stop anticipating. And a preacher. That's not how we sing it. Basis. 4, 2. What's the leading line?
Preacher with a marriage vow for two. For two.
Yeah. Marriage vow for 2. For 2. Marriage vow for 2. For 2. For 2. For 2.
And that's the embellishment, right?
There's no breath between those 4 twos, is there? But it sounds like there's a big breath going on, sort of sneak in there, and we lose all the sound out of it.
Here we go. Leads and marriage vow. Show us how it's on. Oh, sorry, bases and leads. My bad.
For sail a honeymoon, brand new,
Yes, on the outlet.
and a preacher with a marriage vow for two.
Baseline, sing that through and from the first 4 to swell into the next 4 to really propel into the next.
Go from and a preacher.
Just the basis.
Nice, but press on the
Yeah.
gas pedal.
This is the crux of this song, guys. Like this is what's gonna make everyone in the audience wow. But at the same time be emotionally so engaged. Right? We need both. One more time.
The reason being, repeating 4-2. The repeat words, different. How do you make them different? Lead into the repeat ones with some press on the gas pedal.
Use lead and bass.
Yep.
And the preacher with a marriage vow for two.
Yes.
For two. It's yours a lifetime. Torn
You're gonna crush. That was amazing. That was amazing. Wow. Okay, so nothing less than that, guys. Honest to goodness, out here, the sound that you guys are creating is gonna blow the doors off the place. It's just so powerful. So let's have baritone. Let's go from for sale a honeymoon brand new. For sale a honeymoon brand new. Baritones, right? You know what to do. Here we go.
For sale. For sale.
Just keep going till the floor is correct, please. It's all higher than you think, and you can't be late. Vowel. Instant vowel. For writing.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new, and a preacher with a marriage vow for two. For two, it's yours a lifetime torn
Baritones! I can't believe that there's only 5 of you.
Baritones are the butt kickers of this weekend.
The 4-2-4-2, the repeat there was great. Apart when we come in with the basses, that was just awesome. Bass is way to continue that process. Way to don't ever retreat from this. This is the new level of the chorus. This is what we expect of you. This is what the audience is going to start expecting of you. And if you want to go down the route of making really great moments for your audience, this is how we do it. We find these wow moments and we just roar with them. That's what they are. Because when you do that, there are going to be people that just go, that's what's going to come out of their mouth. It's a wow moment. That's it. This is the big one in the song. 4 parts, all scale. Good question.
For sale, a honeymoon brand new, and a preacher with a marriage vow for two. For two, it's yours a lifetime torn
And we just go, thanks. Thank you very much.
I'm getting drunk with power. It's like, yeah, I can feel that surging through. So,
I think that there's something that we can do, Louise, that although you're not going to feel like you want to do it, I think that it's going to be helpful. So you have for sale a honeymoon brand new, and a preacher with a marriage vow for two. It's yours. I don't think you should take a breath there. I think that it's going to keep you in the same voice placement, and the breath may allow more weight to come in. Plus, then it's going to be much easier for John. When you go over 2, 4, 2, it's yours. There's no prep, no breath prep or anything like that. It's 2, 2, and that's what, it just has to be cleaner that way. So please, can we just all take that and hang on, take a breath somewhere else, take it through a different orifice, I don't care. Just let's make sure we can do that. The only thing I'm going to ask is, there were a few voices on the risers who I think found their personal edge, which was awesome. You found, where does my volume, where does it go from 10 to 11? And 11 is just too much, right? And it is pushing, it's pressed. And I think some of you found it at the end of that. Remember that the chords expand their best when we're singing really freely. And the minute that we add that little bit more, even though as humans we think, oh, a little bit more will make it even better, right? No, it won't. Just find exactly what we need. I think some people decided, let's turn it to 11 that time. Just keep it at 10. Believe me, it's really effective at 10. All right, here we go, one more time.
This requires awareness as well with adrenaline under performance conditions. The adrenaline going, and you just kick it up another notch, as if you've saved something for the stage. All the time through here. My question, I really need to add this in, and perhaps I should face the guys, I'm not sure. Because I can't see what's going on when we're doing this segment, and I'm splitting my heart right out in front of the audience there, and I don't know how it looks. With me doing that, I'm not sure if our looks are consistent with each other and supporting each other and complementing each other, or if I stand out because I'm different, because I don't see you guys and we're not making that connection away. So do I do this? I'm asking you, Jordan, do I do this space in the guys to show them what I'm doing, or what?
I think to the audience, I think the key is that this is a really interesting song because you could take it totally 2 different ways. I don't know if you've talked a lot about the song. I think that one aspect of the song, it could be that she has left you for somebody else, which is I think what most of us just equate. But if you get a phone call in the night, maybe there's an accident or something like that. And when you're saying it's yours, a lifetime from apart, maybe it's not her you're talking to. Really, it's somebody else. So it doesn't, I'm going to go so far as to say it doesn't matter which one of those kind of ideas work. Because I think emotionally, you're going to be in the exact same spot. That's the thing. Emotionally, you're going to be just as raw. The only thing I'm going to say is that we need to feel it and see it. One song that we've done is a chorus that has got a lot of accolades, and we're very fortunate about that, is Brother. And if you ask the guys in the chorus what they're thinking about, it's totally different. Everybody has their own story, yet for some reason it gives the same message to the audience. And I think this part of this story is exactly that, right? Someone on the righteous could be thinking of loss in terms of death. Somebody could be thinking of loss in terms of they've moved to somebody else. Doesn't matter, but we need something that resonates with you, and you need to project that to us. Right? It's the hardest thing we do, and it's a process. You're not going to be perfect at this when you go complete with it. This is hard. But the more you go down this route, the better you get. And the more reward you get for it, you will want to continue down this route. Because you're going to move people. Because everyone in the audience, almost everyone, has had an experience where they've either lost a loved one or whatever the situation is. And you're going to touch somebody that has had that experience and give them an emotional experience. And that's how you're going to connect with them. So let's do this. Let's go from For Sale, a Honeymoon Red.
Sure. Maybe I can watch you. to watch you, because I'm always facing this way. That's kind of fun to recognize.
I'd say
It's kind of weird for them too. It's very risky. Okay, here's microphones.
Yeah,
And see what I'm doing.
but you can feed off of each other's energy. It's not a one-way street either way. It's a, you know, it's a symbiotic relationship.
You know exactly, don't you, that when I'm facing this way over here.
Yeah, it fits right with the song. Not that we're worried about it.
But believe me, this isn't for you guys. This is more for.
I am, as the music gets better and the singing gets better, I am being released into my story. When we went to our emotional edge earlier today, it was the first time that I have felt permission to release my story for this song and just live it for myself. That's a big step, and that's all due to you doing that. It's not like it's not like I have to give myself permission. You gave me that chance with such great singing and such commitment. Gorgeous.
For Sarah, honey, gratitude. Take a second, just get occupied with your emotion. Know where you're going, know what it's about. When you're ready,
For sale, a honeymoon brand new, and a preacher with a marriage vow for two. It's yours, a lifetime torn for sale, for sale. One broken heart for sale, for sale. One broken
good stuff, guys. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to do it one more time, and I know that it's hard to keep going back there, but I want to do it one more time because I think it's worth it. And I want you to have 5% of your left brain firing. And here's what that 5% is going to focus on. Because you guys all know left brain, right brain, right? The technical side and the creative side. Obviously, we use both all the time, but most of us are predominantly, one or the other. At least that's what some scientists have said. A lot of these exercises right now are very bright brains. We're talking about our emotions. We're talking about connecting with that. I want to focus in 5% into your left brain, and the 5% is all precision. The word precision. So more than anything, as we grow together as an ensemble, as you continue to grow musically and grow artistically and grow in membership and all those fun things, one of the most important things that you need to do and continue to do is make sure that you're an ensemble and you're a unit. When we listen to the best organizations, we hear one sound, not. So we need to start filtering all of our energy into the ensemble sound all the time. How can I make the ensemble sound better? And right now, precision, I think, is the biggest thing. You heard sometimes a voice here or there coming in early, and that may happen on stage. And when it's on stage, it's a who cares, right? Because it's done. It's already done, right? And it's not that big a deal. But in rehearsal, we do have the opportunity to kind of fix and dissect. So all I'm going to ask is let's do that one more time with 5 maybe even 10% of your brain focused on precision and ensemble, and the rest focused on this beautiful story that you're unfolding for us.
Jordan's absolutely right. Whenever I performed in quartet, whenever I've done it, there's always a segment of my brain that is executing things that I need to do. I need to breathe this way at this point. Okay, this note I have to play this in this particular way. Those little signposts, this one I really have to relax on. That's the left side of my brain telling me I've got to do that within the context of the song. What you saw from me there is my performance here. But I've got the luxury that I'm not singing. So I'm not having to deliver this nice easy breath flow through the whole thing. So I've got the luxury of going a little bit further than I possibly ever would. I wouldn't even go near that level of physicality if I'm singing, because my singing will go off down the toilet, right?
So can we do that just one more time? 10% on precision and ensemble, the rest on you delivering this very, very powerful story, which changes after the climax, right? Right after the climax, when we have lifetime torn apart, for sale, one broken card, it's starting to become a lot more introspective. And then on that my broken heart is like that final cry out to the world, right?
Well, we put that way, Marty changed it from one broken heart at the end to my broken heart, just to really underline the whole thing.
Let's do this. For sale, 100 gratitude.
For sale,
Remember that's dull? Just one on.
Just for fun, just for a second.
There's your
Let's do one exercise. Just very quickly. As you know by that silly exercise we did earlier, there's a whole bunch of notes that are right in here. We want the highest one possible without going to the next note, right? Pretty much. Here we go, one more time. Here we go, leads. For sale, honeymoon, brand new. Yeah, notice where all those posts that you just need to do that a little bit more. Bill Rashley, one of those, you know. It needs some of those lifts. Let's do 4 parts, perform 10% on ensemble, leads. You're going to give 10% to ensemble, 15%. Oh, sorry, 10% to ensemble, 5% to pitch, leads. Everyone else, 10% to ensemble with precision, and of course the story. Here we go.
for sale, honeymoon, brand new. And the preacher with a marriage vow for two. It's yours, a lifetime torn apart. For sale, for sale, for sale. One broken heart. For sale, for sale, for sale, for sale. One broken
Moment of silence. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Somebody's going to get hold of 9 white roses. Take guys in front, make them a wedding party, and then walk on between songs. During the course of the song, the song. I'm going to have my white rose in my hand. My broken heart. As my head goes down, that last rose is going to drop.
Perfect.
So the eyes of the audience will be drawn to just one white rose. Wow. Might be a dry eye in the house.
Yeah. And you should be prepared for a lot of silence after the song finishes.
Oh yeah.
And that silence is respect for what you've just done. That's as good as a standing ovation that happens immediately after an up-tempo. That is just, you've owned the audience. And when you have them in your hand just like that, it's actually one of the greatest experiences that you can ever have. Because you know that the applause that's going to come after that is going to be for what a great artistic job and how you move them. Right? So you should be prepared. You should be prepared for those things. Just to know that it's going to take a little bit. Don't get all weirded out. Enjoy that silence. It's pretty amazing because it's real. It's so real. It's so yeah. So guys, why don't we just take a play on, right? I think this is where you start this, right?
Is that where the bases end up exposed?
Yes.
Mary, the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played on.
My moves will actually give you the cue to come in. As I go over here, the band, there it is. The band played on.
Gesture. So the only thing I'm going to ask guys, remember that find this tempo. He'd nearly the girl with the strawberry. Some of you are going, he'd nearly the girl with the a little slower and drunken. We're not there yet, that's tonight. So let's make sure that we're right on the money here. Let's do the pitch.
He'd marry the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played on.
So basses and the band, you're the pickup there. Basses, I need to hear the words of the pickup. So, marry the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band, whatever it is, and the band. Enunciate. Time yourself like, brother band, right? And the band, I want to hear those. And no one else is singing there. No leads kind of going, hey, I want to sing the lead in too. No. All right? One more time. Here we go. Let's get this excited.
A reminder, when John comes in front of your section, down the tiles, and you basically ignore it. So when he comes over here, down the tiles.
Here we go.
He'd marry the girl with the strawberry curls.
Bases are behind. Lead it. Here we go.
Yeah, I was directed, right?
He'd marry the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played on.
So,
You guys have to stay on. They go back. Only go down the tiles when he's in front, and then return back.
now bases, on the trade-off of the on, you need to cut off. Right? Your post doesn't last forever. It's not just you. Play on. Right? You get a breath. So the biggest reason why I'm focusing on this is because there's a lack of director in this section, and this was the most disunified section of the whole song. So all we're focusing on is precision, precision, precision. A lot of left brain stuff and a lot of move stuff all at the same time. You're going to get a lot fired at you, but let's make these 20, 15 minutes count. Here we go.
Nearly the girl with the strawberry curls and the band played on. The band played on.
Guys, you still did holding through. I know, it's alright. Just don't do it again.
I realize I'm trying to travel too far across the stage, different groups, so I'm going to come to like here, and to like here, and to here, because I just can't go all the way to the extremes without running.
By the way, the other thing is if you notice that you're holding through, it's not just yourself. But if you notice stuff like that and it happens a few times, the best thing to do is cut out early so you can see where it has to happen, as opposed to hope, right, that you're going to get it right. So cut it a bit early so you can hear where that transition needs to be. Here we go. Keep there.
Nearly the girl with the strawberry curls and the band played on. The band played on.
So the leads, the same thing that I saw a lot of subversive leads when basically we had a few bases holding through. They're like, no, we're not going to do that. You did! You did! And the tenor has the next one. So you need to know exactly where that is and exactly where you cut off. This chorus right now is really good at starting phrases and not great at ending them together. You need to end it together. It has to be a definite, that's where it's done. You're a band. It has to be precise, precise, precise. Here we go. Let's do it together.
Nearly the girl with the strawberry curls and the band played on. The band played on.
Basses, put up your hands over here. I'm hearing the bass go through. It's bleeding through. Bleeding through. So it's very light, but bleeding through. So watch out for that. One more time. Nearly the girl.
Nearly the girl with the strawberry curls and the band played on. The band played on.
Little presentation thing, just so you can get started and then step back again with the band thing, because when I hold up the music, I'm going to be doing this and looking back. If I see you directing there, I come and kill you. So, hey, it's him!
That'd be pretty dramatic.
I mustn't know that Jerry moves. That's why he's coming to this side first, and my first reaction is like, that way, so I don't see him. And then you see me turn, panic, like, what's going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? And at that point, I'm going to turn to the audience, they'll probably say, pull the music out, search through it. Yeah, that's what you're doing. If I see Jerry at that point, it's like, you bastard!
Now just for fun for a second. Can I hear just leads and basses? Just leads and basses. Keep here, lead the girl. Leads and basses.
Nearly the girl with the strawberry curls and
A little bit behind me. One more time.
Nearly the girl with the
right width is perfect. Don't overachieve. Here's one thing I'm going to ask you to do. Take 5% off your volume, but maintain your intensity. Right? See the bass.
He married the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played on.
When they hit the word on, you need to yaw. You hear that basis? All right. The other thing is that whenever you have a long held note, which in this music is usually a dotted half note or a half note, one with a hole in it, you need to go somewhere. The problem with this is that there's not a lot of musicality happening. It's kind of blah, 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 right? Just all there. He married the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played. Right? I want to hear movement in all of that, not just static dynamic. Make sense? Yeah. Leads and basses, show us how it's done. What's the scoop? Without the scoop.
He married the girl with the strawberry curls. He married the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played on. The band played on.
Good. I didn't ask for tenors, but that was great. I just wanted you guys to know exactly where you cut off. That was great. Can we add all 4 parts and any of those long notes, even more, which is going to take what? What do you need to do? What do you need to use? Yeah, well, you're going to need to use breath to make music happen. And in order to do that, you're going to have to take extra breaths. All right, just suck it up and do it. Here we go.
He married the girl with the strawberry curls.
Here we go.
He married the girl with the strawberry curls. He married the girl with the strawberry curls, and the band played on. The band played on. The band played on. The band played on.
Yes, now we're cooking. Do you hear the exactness of everything? It just has to be perceived. Part of the comedy really only works well with very pristine hits. If it's kind of, okay, here's the problem. And you guys probably know a chorus in your district who has chosen to do some comedy, some of which has worked, some of which has not been as successful.
You mentioned it, but it's like today we might toy around with some byplay we'll do before the set begins to get it, including a spoken line of me saying, guys, we're not the senators!
So the whole idea though is that they've done some stuff that really worked and then stuff that didn't. And some of their stuff has actually really changed the singing and music category. In that they were over-rewarded in the singing, especially our category. I wasn't in the pit, but honestly, they were over-rewarded in our category for doing comedy, which shouldn't affect our category. And we're becoming a lot more focused on what are the skill sets that I'm seeing. Even if I'm laughing or chuckling, I can't reward that because that's not my category to reward or penalize. I have to listen to the chords that are sung, sure the enjoyment, but the enjoyment of the whole thing is not as paramount to intonation, vocal quality, unity, and expansion, and lastly, vocal artistry. So you can see that it's really, really important that you guys deliver a solid musical and vocal plan which supports the comedy. And that means there's no distraction, so the comedy's at the forefront. I think that makes sense. And I think this course can do that because I hear that exactness. We're getting rid of some of those ragged edges. And that's all we need to do, especially in the back half of the song, where it's a little bit more frenetic in terms of, what's happening out front in terms of the director, right? So you need to know the plan, know the plan.
I support that. First of all, don't play it that it's funny. You know it's funny. You know there's fun to it, that there's comedy to it. Don't play it for fun. Don't play it for laughs. That's not fun. Play it because it's real and you feel dignified and natural. The contrast of me and my reactions and you just playing it because you want to do it. That's what's funny. If you go, oh, this becomes a funny one, I'm funny, it ain't funny. As soon as you have to tell the audience you're funny, it's not. Second reason is this segment of the song chose this song because of the musical joke, knowing that there's big segments of this song that you have to sing without them. And Jerry only gives you the cues to come in. He's not taking over and directing the whole plan. He's like, in again, and do this swipe, and there guys, good. And you step back in the roll, and we carry the song. I know. And this is very important, this section that you're taking through, you've got to do it cleanly and pristinely and together without a director. Now that's a good challenge. I have another question.
Yeah, the way I see it is that we are the straight men. He's the comedian, right? And in a comedy team, you always have that guy who's cute, and the other guy who's as straight as can be.
Yeah, and it's not like you're blind, it's just you're kind of oblivious and don't really care, right? Let's do it. We have 4 minutes left. Let's make use of all of these 4 minutes.
He married the girl with the strawberry curls and the band played on. The band played on. The band played on. And the
Right now it says, you really should have heard that band play. Doesn't feel right. You really should have heard that band play, right? How would you say it? Now put that in your singing. You please. You really should have heard that band play. Way better. Let's just put it together. You really should have heard that band play. I feel like this half is beating this half. So figure it out amongst yourselves and let's meet somewhere in the middle.
Can I offer something? The rip of really is your propulsion, just like the nevers in the other song.
You really should have. You really should have heard that band play. Yeah. Can we add basses? You really should have heard that. You really should have heard that band play. Yes. You hear the energy behind that? Do it again. You really should have heard that band play. I love it. Add baritone.
Good. One thing, Lee, you're doing great, just don't drop too far on the play. 5/16, please.
You really should have heard that band play.
Sorry, baritones. You really should have heard that band play. It's one note, right? I'm hearing one note across. Here we go. You really should have heard that band play. it's gonna need one of these. Watch this, so it's
Yeah. Like it's roaring out. It's not a. Do you see the preparation though that he did? Do you see the preparation like a cartoon? Like the cartoon taking off?
yeah, it has a right? So it has to have that energy behind it. If it lacks that energy, then it kind of goes physically, you really should have heard that band play, which is not it. Let's do it. Here we go. We're gonna sing. Right on it. You really should have heard that band play. Cool. How many leads do you all go up?
Yep.
Are there any that stay on the fifth? I'd love like 3 of these to stay on the fifth of the barrel.
Okay.
I think that,
Probably the three leads were thinking, I'm gonna die if I sing this line out.
Well, I could use like some tall. You really should have that. So you're like, hang on. I need some leads there. So leads, show me who's going to say it. 1, 2, 3, 1 more, 4. Perfect. Here we go. One more time. You really should, and then we're calling it. You. Yeah, so the guys that are on the fifth, keep cycling it high, because it's kind of a little bit, all right? That's so important.
Basses, just don't worry about the tuning too much of freaking, the two syllables of freaking, just attack the F and the K, and freaking on. Really attack those as unmusically as you like.
Bass, baritones, and leads on the fifth. On, and then the bass is on, and freaking on. Just baritones and those keep on, here we go. Someone's not understanding what I'm asking. The leads that are on that note, on, right? And baritones that are on that note, and basses. So leads that are on the upper octave, I don't want you right now. Alright? On, just those two notes. On. These on the fifth, cycle that up higher. There's 2 cents more we can get out of it. Freaking and freaking do everything that John says to not do. Yeah. All right. Let's have the full chord. You can spit on the line in front of you. It's all right. Here we go. On. Good. We're going to do it one more time. When you have a divorced bass note, they're down there. And you have this trio up here. The only way to tune that is as the basses go towards their last note, you actually have to lift about 2 cents higher than you were before. That's the only way to make it work. I know it sounds silly, but it really is the only way. It's just a harmonic series. So everyone has to just say, just that little bit, like a parachute and undergrad. Like that, alright? As soon as they hit their on. Start thinking about it when they're going freaking. Alright? Here we go.
And I'm going to pull my sitting on the edge of the stage faces out here.
On, Make sense? Because that works so much better. Guys, you totally deserve this break. Take it. Go. With gas. Here we go.
Hang on, whoa. Can you guys please not hum against the pitch?
Let's hear it.
Because you're 5/16 below.
Here we go. Here, I'll even that just has a dullness to it. Let's start one more time. Do an O, please. Good. I want to do that a few times. And then we're going to go to the tune-up chord. This is really old school and you're never going to do this on stage. But I want to do this so we can hear exactly how high that first chord is, right? O. First still to O. Then we're amazing. Right? You got the drift. One more time. Good. You hear how high that leads when you swipe down to the fifth there. It's not as big a drop as maybe you were making before. This is when you go from there to there. It's a much bigger tone than I think many of you were thinking it was, right? Can we just do that a few times? This time, let's do that to a nice ah, right? A really beautiful resonant ah.
Leads, can you not be cycled down 5/16 when the guys split from you? Because that's exactly what you did. You had your note. And it went down as the harmony went around you. It dragged you down and you must go up.
Here we go. We got some weird funky chord. So let's make sure we all go down.
Way to keep the pitch as that chord opened around you, leads. Do that all the time. It's wonderful.
Can we do that one last time? Take your hands. Here we go, Unison. I'll take that any day.
Yeah.
Did you hear how rich and resonant and full and fat and ringy and all of those things? We need all of those qualities. Can we do that a few times to hear what that sounds like? And then what we're going to do is stop and come in on that chord one more time. So that you can go from even hearing and singing it to singing it again with that same quality. Here we go. Unison verse. Sing it again, that same chord. One more time, tongue forward. That's your first, man, that's your first chord. Good. Check out the last.
Anybody get cold thinking, oops, my tongue's retracting, I'll push it down. You know what, you might think, oh, it's only a passing chord. Be honest, we'll sing for a split second. When you tune up a chord like that, that's what gets us hooked into barbershop. That's barbershop right there. That seventh chord, balanced and rung. That's what hooks us in.
Let's do it again. Unison chord, then first chord. What does it look like to be great? Because right now, so there's a presence to it. If I go, you think, oh, that's going to be good. It's even hard for me to put an inspiration in my tone when I'm standing that way. Let's look like a champion, right? You know what that looks like. Many of you have seen it. Let's look like a champion. Carry yourself with that. Here we go. Unison. First of all, sing it.
It's not like, then you turn and wink. It's not that at all. Then you turn and, that's your cue, remember? It's not, hey guys, we cue, but. So, that's really good. Love it. Wait, the giggler, don't even have a gap of sound, of silence between, or perhaps just one thing.
Yeah.
Straight in, like, no silence between them.
So here's what I want to do. I want to get rid of the precision noise that I hear. There's a lot of that. Let's be an ensemble, let's sing together. So I'm going to ask you to do one exercise. When you stand really side by side. Right now. Maybe not that tight. Give yourself a little bit of room. A little bit of room. And here's what I want you to do, guys. I want you to put hands on each other's backs. It can be forward to back, it can be side to side. The front row probably needs to move back so the second row doesn't fall on them. Okay? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start this together, and you're going to direct it. And you're going to feel each other's breaths and body movement, and that's going to help you, okay? So we're going to kill the director for the time being. Not literally. Oh. Here we go. So first off, unison chord. Let's do that for a while. Here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to treat you like a giant quartet. So this is just a 32-4 whatever member quartet, and I'm going to coach you as if you're that. So we're losing energy between higher the play C. We're losing energy there. You have to give me energy. Pay the band. We work together. Can we be together there? Here we go. Unison. We're not all together, are we? We're close. There's a little bit of mud. And I think two things. One is, it's a change of feeling there, isn't it? Then he met the fairest calling there. It kind of starts off kind of gregarious and, yeah, this is the story. Then he met the fairest calling there, right? It's different. So bring that texture into your voice, and at the same time, let's be right together. Let's start it again.
There's been a second coming back.
Another distracting noise. A couple of lead voices stand out. Pay the bed! They're pushing like crazy on paid, and it sticks out like dogs you know what. Here we go.
Unison. Probably not as much as you probably should. I can tell because near the ends of some phrases, I'm hearing, weird vocal things that are coming in that happen when we lose air, right? We're not supporting our tone well enough. Let's do it again. remember, this is the first thing the whole audience and the whole judges here, this is what we are judging you on. Right, this first little bit. Try and get your highest score possible in this little bit for now. Right? Here we go. Right in. Right in. You know what to do.
Come and all Casey hired the place, even paid the land. Then he met the fairest calling there, how he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed.
That's a hard one, but it's really important that you're able to take some of these things on your own. Good, hands down.
Can I try a little exercise with my left?
Yeah, the only thing, can we spread it just an ounce more? Just an ounce. Good.
Seeing this now, with your eyes focused on something out here as if you're telling the story, but opening your peripheral vision. And we've done this little exercise before, particularly with the lead, where you think it's an image of your presence reaching out and washing over every other guy on the rises around you. So if I'm standing on the rises and there's everybody here, I might be looking at Travis and reaching out this way. It feels kind of weird, but the effect out here is massive.
Here we go, right in. You own it. Own the performance.
A man called Casey hired the place, he even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there, how he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently sighed, and turn and wink, buy a round of drink, and the band knew what to do. And why?
I need two more leads to go.
Take a second.
And why? Why with the tenors? 1, 2.
So leads that do that, you do it's the same and note.
And why?
The little Y note is different from what you've been
Sound good? And feel free to enjoy that note. It's a good one.
Guys, keep up the idea of reaching out, because you might think I'm doing weird things, but out here you look incredibly present and focused.
Very cool. Spread out just a bit more. Start to feel where you are. Even more than that. One more spread out. Good. Here we go. And right in.
A man called Casey hired the place.
Is there any choreography here? No. Perfect. Can you direct this with your bodies, not as a director, but showing with your body where the musical line goes? A man called Casey hired the place. You know, obviously we're not talking about waving reach or anything like that, but we can see a little bit more than this. And put it in your lower body, or you're going to look really weird. Right? It's very robotic. Doesn't worry. Lower body. Here we go.
A man called Casey hired the place, he even paid the band.
Paid the band. I'm getting paid the band. Paid the band. Play C even. You have to at least give it to me once. Overdo it this time, just so I know that you have it in. Here we go.
A man called Casey hired the place, he even paid the band.
Play C. If you thought I was overdoing it, that's too Canadian, right? Too polite. Let's play C even. The paid the band was better. Yeah, that was much better. So there's two places. Play C even. You have to crescendo for that. You have to. Here we go.
A man called Casey hired the place, he even paid the band. Then he met the fairest side. Then he turned and winked by a round of drink, and the band knew what to do. And
Yeah, way better balance. I like that.
Good. Let's do exactly that one more time, maybe just an extra step closer to your regular position. Now, tenors, carries, basses. Let's run through, start tuning for leads. Leads, wherever I have it of being below the pitch from the very beginning. We're not 5/16 above the pitch line, we're more than 5/16 below the pitch line. Leads, just so you know. So tenors, carries, basses. Please don't tune, don't give the leads upward. If they're flat, leave them exposed as flat and you sing the correct notes. Fair enough? Because they'll adjust like that. But if you adjust to them, if you adjust to them,
Man, that's really...
if you adjust to them, they'll, sorry leads, and I'm not talking about you in a bad way, it's just a simple thing. If you adjust to them, the leads will just keep on dead. Don't adjust, don't give them an easy time of it.
Challenge pitch. Challenge, challenge, challenge. Here we go, one more time. Let's make this intro pop. Give me the interest. I want to see visual interest. I want to hear vocal interest.
Do not against the pitch pipe. It is a security blanket thing, and I'll say it frankly, it sucks. I'll say it really bluntly, it sucks, because the humming, I promise you, is all off the pitch. I promise you. You don't mean to be harsh, but it sucks.
A man called Casey hired the place. He even paid the band. Then he met the fairest calling there. How he loved to take her hand. Would you care to dance? He gently tried. Well, perhaps just once. She gently tried.
challenging you in that regard. If the day comes that we finish this song sharp, first of all, the tenors will be dying of death. At the end of there, we'll be fine. Getting into dog whistle area. But you know what, if the day ends, if the day comes
And we cut off and it's finished. And it's celebration time. Keep the celebrations high. Keep it interesting. Sing the beginning with me with that in mind. Now without that in mind. I heard more of that and less of that. Right, do it again. Ready? Where's the cutoff? Somewhere in there. Can we have a clean cutoff and energize all the way there? Here we go. Clean cutoffs. Boom. That sounds like and looks like an ensemble. Go back again and do it. Here we go.
front row guys, do this transition so we own this. Front row guys. If the guy in front of you in this lineup does not have a slight shoulder overlap, move him, please. Exactly. Move him and adjust him from behind because he can't help. Yeah.
Keep it quiet. Keep it big. Fix each other. Right.
Just that little drive, and that's just the sort of thing we're going to be tempted to do on stage because the adrenaline's going and I'm going to give it that little bit more, which is going to take us down.
Simple. Can I tell you a little story that's been a big inspiration for our course of Toronto Northern Lights? But if I tell you the story, you have to keep it a secret.
Promise. Geez, I don't know.
No. This is, because I think that this would apply a lot to exactly what you're doing here. But I want to tell you this story. The story actually came to us by Mark Hale, and many of you know him, and he leaded Michigan Jake and directed Masters of Harmony to the most gold medals that they've had over the course of their run. So Mark, years ago, came from, he sang with a course called the Thoroughbreds. But this is before Louisville Times began. And he was a front row man in this chorus. And he told us this story that they were doing an up-tempo, and it was their second song. And they had, this is right when they were all like, this is their championship kind of era as a chorus. And at the end of the song, there's like that high third that nowadays we hear a lot of baritones and tenors wail in a full voice. And he said, the whole front row was kind of out, and he was right out there. And he decided to go for his full voice third. And he goes for it, and he saw all the heads in the judges go. and the Thoroughbreds lost that year by 2 points. And it probably wasn't due to just that, but he thought to himself that had to be a potential contributing factor to them not succeeding. So it's about individuals making choices that are always good for the ensemble and not necessarily feeding our own ego. I've been in chorus settings where we're singing and I'm ready to just go for it. And you have to say to yourself, is this going to feed the ensemble or is this feeding me? And usually at that point, you know immediately, no, this is for me and not the ensemble. So these, I know you want to do these things, but they're not helping the ensemble grow. Right? They're taking away from it.
Fortunately, Mark has grown and learned from that quartet chant directly to the national chorus chant. By the way, it happens with quartet gold medalists assembling the AIC chorus that has 3 rehearsals at the national level year and then performs its show. And the first time the 4 of us walked into that room a year after we were walking, it's like, look at the risers, and we're getting ready to sing, we're going to start to take it. Look at all this chant. Holy moly, we really belong here. So we get our first position, first time on the risers. Our guys are starting on the back of it. Man. All right, let's launch into our first song. Oh, it's so great. What are you doing? Ooh. These sounds were basically guys from 50 different quartets, all putting their signature sound into the group. And it was horrible. Horrible. Because every group had a different signature sound. It was gross. But they're all, this is how I won. That happens every year. At first rehearsal, you see the director.
Yeah. So can we start making choices right now that are going to serve the ensemble the best? Right now. Right now. All right. So go to that place.
This later wrong.
Here we go. And then the tempo.
This later wrong.
Yeah. Big action.
Twice that length.
Yeah.
Keep milling about it. Remember, you don't start until the beginning of your dominoes.
We come back one more time, sorry guys. George, blow it as long as your breath will last, please.
And guys, keep milling about it. You're hearing the pitch behind the point.
So to speak.
Right? Keep milling about. Just keep it quiet. Here we go. You're in the front row, you're probably putting your boutonniere on.
Our summer plans were set, a rain full of joy.
Happy.
Cake, champagne, and caviar, and I, the lucky boy. But then the message came, a phone call in the night.
Please. Kicked in the guts, right? The message came, a phone call in the night. We've only kicked in the guts, but our energy comes up. A phone call in the night. Now, a lot of these have not ever sung the pitches quite like that, so you've got to explore new areas.
Just because it's minor doesn't mean that it's not high.
Yeah. It's just, even if it's like, oh my God, the end of the pitches, always high.
Can we do that transition question?
Question please, where's the focus on the turnout on them? Is it,
Down the tiles?
yes, that's my question.
I don't mind, wherever you want it to be is fine. Within a general, not exactly down the tile, but if you think of the edge of the risers, having straight lines out into the audience, like a column down the audience, somewhere within that column, it can be your iPhone.
Bodies are out, right?
Yes, absolutely. Your body is reset. Might be here, but somewhere within that column of the risers extending down.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough, makes sense?
Yep, thank you.
Just that we're offset.
That's fine.
No, I'd say we're offset. You're moving down the tiles from this position.
Don't reset.
The resetting, it's,
Wait, let's do visual.
it's from the 30-degree turn in to chorus position.
Okay, chorus position.
Right down the top.
30-degree to chorus.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we're still not doing a very good job of milling it down while we're singing. Everyone freezes when they start singing. They're da-da-da-da.
Remember that
first half.
Yeah, you get the da-da-da, you get that whole segment to get to your spot.
Yeah.
To get to your spot, right? You can get there quickly, or you can wait till da-da-da-da, you can wait till that, it doesn't matter. Somewhere in there, though, you're getting to your spot. Sound good? Let's do it again. This transition is huge, boys. We have to make it work. It is huge. Yeah! Celebration! Celebrate good times. Come on! Celebrate. Humility. Is this song literal? Like, is this, you're actually holding the wedding book outside? Or is this like, all of these things around me just remind me of you and the fact that we're not going through this? You know what I mean? Because here's why. Just go back to more of the course position for time being. I've seen a lot of people walking down, especially if they're walking down the risers, and I've seen a lot of this. And just tell me from your experience as an audience member if this is connected with you and powerful. No. I know I'm not being facetious, but there's a lot of people looking down. First of all, most people looking down and doing that is really not great for your singing, but also it's kind of just totally blocking any emotional connection that you may have. But if I went, I'm really connecting with somebody now, and that's what we need more of. So most of you walk every day without looking at your feet. So I'm really going to hope that you don't have to look at your feet. If you're coming to the Rogers and you're unsure, then I'll allow it. But if you can handle taking a step without looking at your feet, I would prefer that. all right? And I'm not being facetious, I'm being completely honest. If you need that stability and you're moving, then do it. But if not, it just looks really like you're blocking everything. What's so important down there? You know, I need your eyes. I need that connection into your soul.
Thank you for not pointing at me.
There was about 5 or 6 people that were really done. Yeah.
So I understood from a recent rehearsal that my job was to carry an unsigned wedding book and look at its pages. Or else get one there, pick it up, and look at its pages. So I'm willing to be re-instructed.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that it's different though than this. Because usually I think what I would do is I would, if I'm going to do that, I would go towards it. You know what I mean? Like that's different than if I'm picking it up right away and walking with it. It just looks, I mean, I'm not even walking with intent. It looks kind of stupid. I understand that. But I think it's different than if I walk towards it and then picked it up. That's different than just walking with the head down. So if that's part of your plan, I'd say that's fine, but let's just build it in so that there's way more eye connection. Your eyes are, you know, there's a reason why they say the eyes are the windows of the soul. We need to see them. They are what really project this feeling. Can we go right on for sale? Right? Check out. For sale. Do what you need to do. For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Let that stand for itself. Pause.
For sale, the dress that she designed.
Say that again. For sale, the dress that she designed. Say it again.
For sale, the dress that she designed.
Let's have more movement.
Don't emphasize she, dress that she designed. The dress that she designed. Got it? Like you said, the dress that she designed. Got it? That's good. Let's see it from for sale.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned.
Pause.
For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory.
On the front row guys, the 8 guys in the front row, I'm going to be facing the chorus at this point. We'll pick the point, but when you take the boutonniere off your lapel, you can just hold it in your hand. Don't look at it. Complete with roses. You can hold it up like this and you think roses. Whatever you do, just don't look at it. Don't sing to the rose. Just let it be held in your hand so you don't want to let it go. Image is good in itself, but it's not throwing away, and we'll choose our moment when we drop it.
So I think that if guys, we have only a few minutes left, but if we worked on the for sale of wedding book design, this little chunk here, and just get some together, because I think that would be awesome. It's probably out of the whole piece. This is the chunk that we worked on first, but we worked not on unity and stuff like that. We worked on pitch and total set, you know, all those things. Let's work on unity now, all right? Just this little chunk, especially as we change on the rest of the design. Here we go, for sale of wedding book.
For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, a dream just never
Time for sale. Quick breath there. For sale. Time for sale. A dream has never been to be. Quick breath. Complete with roses. Yeah, there has to be a little bit more forward motion, or you're going to get some jerk singing saying flow issues. So that's two quick breaths there. That's two quick breaths there, on top of our new chorus hidden breathing, right? And all that kind of stuff is really. Here we go. Let's just nail this little chunk. Let's get it awesome. We have 6 minutes. Let's make it great. For sale. Together. 4. Look, it's almost first. Like a little bit. Like last time, like early. But when you talk like that, you get. But when you talk like that, you get it into this forward place. It's not the vowel shape, but it's the placement. You know how you do it. But you get four. There's just to watch. Do the good one. Like when I'm talking like this, early. Four. Go to the upper lip. Now go to the other one. It's kind of like covered in. You sing a lot of that. The good one, we're seeing a lot more just lift there. Not like overdoing it and then it looks stupid. Just a little bit of lift there, right? Especially in the low. Here we go. For sale, a wedding book unsigned. For sale, the dress that she designed. For sale, the dream just never meant to be. Complete with roses and a memory. For sale, some music and the dance, and evenings full of sweet romance. It's yours a lifetime torn apart. For sale, one broken heart. I'm loving what I'm hearing, loving what I'm seeing. For sale, one broken heart. That's a big line. Why? It's the name of the song. That's got to be a super important line. It doesn't have to be loud, it doesn't have to do anything different except you just say this line sums all up. Let's lead into just sing that so that we get the sense of that and never ever lose it. It's your lifetime, sort of
For sale, one broken heart.
I'm not even watching you, I'm just going by what I hear. So let's really see, let you just say this is what this whole song is about. For sale, one broken heart. That's what you said, sales job is to sell that. But it's really, it's slick your wrists kind of time, isn't it? It's yours. Can we get it there?
And the tiles.
It's yours a lifetime torn apart. For sale, one broken heart.
that? All the way to the keychain from the top, we have 2 minutes, I will take that. Go, let's go. By the way, the top of this song is right here, right? And the other tempo.
A lot of good faces up there. Shoot it up more.
Yeah.
When in doubt, sing good.
Don't suck.
Don't suck.
Okay, here we go. Celebration.
Take breathers.